wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the VCT Verizon Game Changers. Thanks for spending your Monday afternoons with us. I'm Ender here, bringing in the big guns today. Former IGL superstar,
Okay.
FlyQuest Red, Athena.
All right.
Thanks for being on the show today.
Thank you for having me. And I'm definitely not the big guns here. We have the former coach / IGL Ender.
Where?
You. Absolutely. You coaching the goated team of Teddy Tactics. But I'm so excited today, Ender, because we have some banger matchups coming up.
Yeah, we definitely do. I don't know if there's ever been a time where we've had both casters on a Game Changer show have
Ooh.
competed at some point in Game Changers. So I say together, we've created the big guns.
I agree.
But no, we're kind of in crunch time now of this Swiss stage. A lot of teams have already been knocked out. Few have made it as well. And today we are approaching the final hurdle for these squads. No surprise that Shopify is the first team to make it in. But now we have FlyQuest Red in a situation where they need one more win to be able to push through, Myrna.
Yeah, and I think this team in general has a lot to prove because as an org, they've struggled a little bit in the past, but they're setting up themselves for success because this roster has been together, has some well-known names, and I think they're really trying to get there. And on the other side today as well, with Ghost, same kind of thing. They're trying to get themselves just past that finishing line because this team has been battling out for quite a while, trying to make themselves part of that top 4 squad. But both teams have orgs behind them. Both teams have the support. So it's looking like it's going to be a really fun game to watch.
Yeah, the two teams we've got today, they're both sitting at 3 and 2 in the standings. And as you can see here from the bracket, it's very simple how you qualify or how you get eliminated. It's 4 wins and you qualify into that main event, 4 losses and you are out. So today's first match is not going to be an elimination. Instead, it is a qualifier, and the losing team will have one last chance to try and make it in at the very end. And I'm just excited because I think this is going to be a great match. These are two teams ever since Ghost picked up this squad back during last year, sort of re-entering, is putting another org here into the NA Game Changers scene. These are two orgs that have historically done very well, Myrna.
Yeah, I think they've been battling it out for a while. Ghost Gaming, they have so many well-known players. Same thing with FlyQuest. They're orgs that are trying to invest in the scene, but they're also trying to prove themselves as the top. Both these teams constantly falling short of getting that 3rd or 2nd seed almost every time. But we're looking at this FlyQuest roster and jumping right into it. Of course, I am a former FlyQuest player, Ender. You are correct at that. And so I know a lot of these players really well. When you're looking at the roster, the first two to jump out at me is Thea, of course, being that IGL, being on this roster for so long, at least 2 or 3 years at this point, but also formerly competing for so long under other FPS titles. And you're looking at players like Jazzy and like Ev, who have been on this roster for a while as well, but they come with so much firepower, and they've rounded out the roster really nicely with Edith, as their duelist, who we've seen has been insane as a duelist in general, constantly putting up the numbers, but also previously being on Ghost Gaming. So really fun matchup here for Edith playing against their former organization. And then of course Melia, who's also been around for quite a while. I don't know if you remember, Ender, all the way back to Moon Raccoons. Melia was on that.
Raccoons,
yes, yeah. Melia was on that roster. They've been here for such a long time, and they've even subbed in for the Challengers team Rose in one of the recent Fun Havers. So this is such a good roster when you're looking at it, and it's also so competitive. So many veterans of the scene that have been playing in GC for so long, and so I expect really big things from them. So it makes sense for them to be fighting for that qualification spot today.
Yeah, I mean, you think all the way back, you know, Jazzykin sort of making a name for herself back with Cloud9 in that inaugural year. Thea having that insane run with Evil Geniuses to qualify as well when she just stepped into that IGL role. This team is looking stacked, but you're going to call it how it is, right? Because you were in this system for so long, you don't have to hold any punches back if you don't see something you like.
No, I genuinely like this roster, but I will speak how it is. I really think that this roster has a little bit underperformed. I've expected them to play really well against every team that they've been around because, of course, this roster has been around for a while. These players have been around for a while, so I don't expect them to drop the ball that often. And it feels like recently, obviously, they've lost 2 different games, one to Swim Trek Blue and one to Puppy Thieves. And I think that last loss is the one that hurts just a little bit more for them because Puppy Thieves, of course, they are a really good roster. They have Fluorescent, they have Zoriental, but it's still a tough loss because you have to recuperate, especially with the FlyQuest name behind you the whole time.
Yeah, FlyQuest were always that second best team here in North America, but the competition is beginning fiercer as new teams step in. Of course, Ghost Gaming going to be stepping onto the other side of the field of battle today. This is a team that has made it here to be up against FlyQuest, just 1 win away from qualifying.
Yeah, this roster is really fun as well. You're looking at Evil Eli, by the way, which is an insane name, but also really fun. They previously played for Victix as well as Tenax. They are on that flex playing a lot of the Vice Initiator, the Phoenix. And then you have Vanitas, who is the main initiator, has played on Overkill before, but this player has been on Ghost since April 2025. So quite a long standing member for this roster. And then you're looking at a player like Marceline, who we know, we've seen a lot, but Sari as well, Viper, the Sentiflex, new player, has been on Ghost since just this January, which is really fun. I always love to see new players joining the GC scene. And then Gia, of course, who is their IGL and controller, also played on that 10X roster. So a lot of synergy here for these players playing on a couple different rosters that are the same. And it's looking really nice to see.
Yeah, Vanitas is one of those players that's always fragging out, always fun to watch. But we have a chance now to pull up the maps and see where we are going to be fighting on for today. FlyQuest are going to have the second choice here. It's actually Ghost who choose to send us over to Split, then Pearl, and then closing out on Ascent. What do you make of this, Myrna?
I think this makes sense. I think both these teams, they really like Split. They love to play this map, but I'm actually a little bit worried for Ghost because Ghost picked this. It is their best map, but it also happens to be FlyQuest's best map. They've played this 16 times so far this year, and they've won it 13 out of the 16 times. So that's a pretty big win rate. And I think it's a little bit scary for them. But on the other side, FlyQuest picking that Pearl makes a little bit more sense. I mean, I think both these teams have played Pearl. They've played it really well. They've both had a lot of losses on this map as well. So for me, I think this is a pretty good in the middle of the road type of pick. But what I'm excited for, Ender, is Ascent. We haven't seen either of these teams play Ascent because today is the day that they're gonna see that come into the map pool for these teams. Zero Ascent seen from both of these teams. I have no idea what they're gonna play, no idea what the comps are gonna be. So I'm really excited for that.
Yeah, we are going to be playing for the first time on patch 12.09. That means neon nerfs. That means shotgun nerfs. Ooh. But before we get to Ascent and all that, we're going to be starting on Split, where I still see one neon for Khaleesi, but a Waylay locked in from FlyQuest.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. I think the Waylay makes sense. You know, being super active with mobility is something that you need. And with the neon nerfs, that movement is gone. The speed is gone. Also, the judge nerfs, you know, with the movement. Kind of a big deal. But I think the Waylay hasn't been nerfed enough to not be playable. We've seen it be picked up a couple times in VCT, in Challenger. So I think this is pretty good. I'm questioning a little bit. Khaleesi playing on the neon still. I wonder if they're just trying to keep true to their bread and butter, playing what they know instead of just subbing that out for a Jet, a Raze, or even a Waylay as well. So I don't know how I feel about this, but I'm really excited to see what both these teams bring to the table, because I think the Waylay, you have to be super creative to get past those choke points, but also be in a position where you're able to actually refract back and not be stuck in a choke point.
Yeah, definitely. And I think as the game goes on, we can sort of get a closer look how this neon ends up working. The big nerf, of course, being the movement in the air, and also just her effectiveness with shotguns in general. I think attack shotguns, like sliding in, like you'd see so many teams for the last few months doing on this map, to attack through mid is just not nearly as viable as it once was. I also, Athena, I'm just interested in Ev going for the KO. This is something you almost never see anymore on this map. I know Ev loves the KO, but having KO, Waylay, and Sky gives so many fighting tools to FlyQuest.
Yeah, they've loved playing this double initiator combo and this double controller combo. I think it makes a lot of sense for them. They don't need that kind of Senti, because the way that FlyQuest likes to play is a lot of default heavy things, but a lot of protocols on their defensive side. A lot of these aggressive setup trap plays to be able to take the mains and get a lot of information. The way that Thea likes to IGL is being able to gather all the information first before making a call. More often than not, you won't see them trying to gamble and just do a full fast setup or a full fast hit. And I think that's just the way that FlyQuest is an org playing a little bit slower as a team. And I think that's why the KO and the Sky work well for this team. There's just so much information. Like you said, so much setup for the Waylay. Edith being able to just go forward, play their game, go kill, and I think that's completely valid, especially because Jazzy also on the initiator has been so good for so long that this just makes a lot of sense for me.
Yeah, it's been fun to see Jazzy switch out the roles over the years, whether it's Duelist, Sentinel, now some Initiator stuff for FlyQuest, but it will be Ghost kicking it off on the attack side. An early knife out of Ev, going to catch out a couple players, and keep Ghost at bay for the time being.
Yeah, really good walk up towards A, just trying to contact, see if they can get any information here from Ghost. But again, Ev is alone on this site, and it's looking kind of scary playing alone as that KO, especially getting a lot of that information. And Edith is in that A heaven, but still not really able to be in a tradable spot.
We'll see if Edith stays alive here, because that's where the fight is going out of Ghost. Triple swing, ready to face up against Edith, and Edith will just slide on out of there. The support comes into heaven. Jazzy just takes that fight on her own while Melia drops out in mid. That leaves Ev open to open up on this site, but it's just going to be some quick trades scattered about as the troll up through vents will be spotted out by Edith, taking down Suri, and Ghost not even able to get a comfortable plant onto the site just yet. FlyQuest taking their time.
Being able to focus that A heaven was really good for FlyQuest, and they're able to be in this position to retake. And look at this, Edith right on the flank, but I'm pretty sure Gia heard that rope, Ender.
Definitely. Edith is making a lot of noise here. Having the choice to go back if they want to, choosing against it. Now Gia comes in straight from behind. Crisp on that opening shot. Now a paranoid to try and support and push these players into her teammate. Nice shots from Vanitas, already lighting up the kill feed. 2 kills in this opening pistol, rolling Ghost's way.
Yeah, I'm really wondering what FlyQuest's plan was on that pistol, getting all that information with the KO knife, but I think they just assumed off of that scanning 2 or 3 of those players from Ghost would make them fall back. But again, we talked about these 2 initiators on this roster being able to get a lot of this information. They got the information, but just didn't react. It felt like the rotations were on the faster side, Jazzy making it all the way to that heaven, but it just was not enough. They weren't ready for that retake, and Ghost did a phenomenal job, but they're set up for just a grouped exit attack here, 4-1 towards this B main, but that smoke is going to stop them.
Yeah, for now, Khaleesi's already in front of it, and I'm interested to see the Judge still purchased, even on the attack side for Khaleesi. Not dismissing that combination even after the nerfs come in onto the Neon and the shotguns. There won't be a buy-up at all here from FlyQuest. It is full classics for the time being, as another smoke will stop Ghost from moving forward.
Yeah, I think this is a good call. When you see so much util kind of being put down, you're definitely swayed away from going there. And I think for sure, because they're playing against an eco, you never just want a hard gamble, but they're opting for the split towards B heaven.
Yeah, Khaleesi already sprinting into that one. Going forward with the Judge. We'll slow the movement down before pulling the trigger on that. So the kill comes in, and a couple more on the other side. Ev stays alive on site with a nice shot of their own. The Ghosts are going to take this round with ease.
Yeah, this is a good round from Ghost. They saw all that kind of delay towards that B main, and they just opted for a fast split instead. This is what we like to see from Ghost. A lot of really, really well thought out plans, but also just being able to full send it when they need to. And I think that's kind of why they've kept that Neon, because it doesn't feel like Khaleesi's getting held off by it. But of course, this is a bonus round. for Ghost going into this round. And we're looking at FlyQuest to just kind of stay in their default positions, because that's how they like to play. And for Ghost, maybe something on the faster side towards this mid with these 3 players.
Yeah, we'll see. Khaleesi's judge is already into vents. It's a pretty meaty bonus round from Ghost. They bought 1 rifle into it, but already Edith has taken the first kill on the round. Ghost have the opportunity to pinch back into vents as the blind goes down. A quick dash away from Edith, but Vanitas was waiting on the other side. That Guardian is deadly from up in heaven, and now a stun gives Jazzykins no chance to play into the round. And keep your eyes on Gia, who has lurked all the way up into B heaven now. There's these players crossing. You can tell that Thea was kind of expecting someone to be there, but the patience from Gia is rewarded for now. FlyQuest, all 3 players bundled together, heading over into screens. And Gia will see that Omen on the other sides. The shots eventually find their way. Now just 2 players alive for FlyQuest, playing against this bonus. Watching this round slip away would be an absolute disaster, but they might just need to try and save their weapons. At this point, not time left to really play into the round, and they will shoot out Gia on the other side, but Melly and Ev just going to have to live to fight another day now.
Yeah, FlyQuest opting to try to get that orb on Edith, setting up for an A main, but not being ready to capitalize off that fight. Again, they're not ready for this tempo that Ghost is hitting them with, speeding up towards that A heaven. Vanitas getting all the way into that A heaven, getting that pick was so important because FlyQuest, they weren't ready to fall back into sight, and they were not aware of the gap and the speed at which Ghost has taken it. I think for FlyQuest, for them to get any sort of success, I need them to be just a little bit more aggressive and a little bit more reactive to be able to play towards Ghost's playstyle. But for Ghost, they're doing a great job here. And of course, playing against this eco, it is a little bit of a low buy, but Ev and Melia having those guns is going to mean they're going to enable some sort of hold towards that B site.
Yeah, both the guns being on the B side is a good look, but now that players have been seen off of a good knife, Ghosts are going to work back into mid for just a moment. I think Ghost's work through mid the last 2 rounds has been very effective.
Yeah.
FlyQuest haven't done a lot. It's just kind of been Melia holding there, and as soon as pressure is made on either side of the map, FlyQuest fall out of that space. Now Khaleesi might actually want to go for something here. Fast lane up. We've seen some teams go for slower clears, just working their way into the front of sight, bait out some utility, but this time Khaleesi is just going to wear that one and hit the floor.
You can see FlyQuest grouping into this mid position, looking to do some sort of retake with 3 players holding this crossfire. The spot is going to be there, but instantly the trades come in under.
Very nice. Melia with that rifle, able to win that fight. Another one would be huge, and Ev will trade it out. So it's FlyQuest only with 2 rifles into the round, now with the advantage, up 3 players on 2. Thea also recovering yet another weapon. FlyQuest could right the wrongs of that anti-bonus here with a win in this one. But it still won't be easy. Fade Ultimate already unlocked from Ghost. Still a paranoia in Gia's hands. Right now, FlyQuest, they fan out just a little bit, dodging that Nightfall into heaven, so Ghosts are going to be ready for players to come out from spawn. Thea out into the open will take that first kill, and Gia also drops. Thea gets it all done to get FlyQuest's first round of this game.
Yeah, that's definitely the winning condition for FlyQuest here with this comp, is being able to get information or set up a lot of these small trap plays off of the KO util or off of the sky. And I think that's finally what worked for them, catching Ghost off guard, knowing that they lean towards that mid-round 2 rounds in a row. For Ghost now, looking at them to kind of feel like it's okay, you know, they recognize that there is going to be a little bit more of that aggression from the FlyQuest side. They know that that's their winning position now, so I'm expecting a little bit more of some fast hits, especially because there is no sentinel on the FlyQuest side to hold them down. But a full gun round here from both teams, and Edith picks up the off with that Whaley ult under their hands.
Oh wow, yeah, Edith playing in male for now. That's going to be the new answer to mid control from FlyQuest, but I think after seeing no one there right at the start, Edith sets up for an ultimate into B main. Clever idea on the refight, but Ghost hadn't overcommitted, not like previous rounds, so instead Ev will just secure this orb and fall away. Paranoia back in. It's actually Ghost that are taking this fight. Khaleesi catches Thea completely off guard. I really like that calling from Ghost after hearing all that noise just snap in for a quick kill.
Yeah, that was really nice. The re-clear of information, knowing that they have enough util to fight it back because of the amount of util that FlyQuest had already used to take that B main. They baited out that Waylay ult. That's a really nice round. And again, ending in another B split here. Just kidding. They baited me out and the fake worked because that's so much information. You're going to hear that Prowler from the B site. And you can see Jazzy already moving towards that spawn, playing a little bit more of that retake towards A. And again, they don't have a Senti to be able to delay for long enough under.
There is an op though, but that Neon's a little bit too fast to actually catch with the first bullet. Another flash though will set Edith up for a kill. And now that spike down in the open, it's actually a fast lane to try and block off that operator, escort the spike into the site, and allow Ghost to play out this post plant. See what the plan is going to be for them. Right now, Vanitas playing a more passive angle. Now pushed just behind the green gas there. Edith still trained on this corner. So Vanitas doesn't want to peek just yet. Heaven, oh no, Melia takes exactly the wrong timing. Was expecting the lurk, but it doesn't quite matter. FlyQuest now work into the site. Khaleesi dropped as well. And that spike, not an easy plant to play from Heaven at all. A bandit will finish off this round and string two together for FlyQuest.
Yeah, it was really nice actually from Edith to be re-peeking that spawn, knowing that there wasn't a smoke there. Being able to use that was really good. Now that the operator is online, I'm expecting a lot more aggressive Edith picks, getting that early information as well, being set up from Jazzy, and a really nice flash from Jazzy as well from that spawn to get that extra pick. A lot of really nice enabling here, which is what we said FlyQuest was going to do around Edith, so this makes a lot of sense. But for Ghost, they have this Visal online. Their winning condition this round is just being able to get into another post plant and being able to play that really well together as a team, using that Visal to delay that retake because they know that FlyQuest does take quite a while to set that up. But opting for just a 5-man here towards this A main, I think this makes a lot of sense for them.
It does, although they're going a little bit slower right now, so FlyQuest, who only had Jazzy on this side, now rotate 2 players over. And now the spam just lines up. Ev, one of those players to rotate in, will take down the enemy Viper. And Jazzy also steps out into the open, just catching these Ghost players off guards. No one expects another swing in from Jazzy, who drops down and secures a 3K to tie things up here.
I really like that FlyQuest has just completely sped up their rotates. They've recognized that Ghost has been going fast. If they're not taking mid, they're probably executing. If they delay the execute, we're going to see Ghost go towards that mid and set up for another split. So really well read, and you can tell the adaptation has come in here from FlyQuest. This timeout makes a lot of sense for Ghost because they recognize that their game plan has been caught. But if you look at this, they have 4 ults at the bottom of this scoreboard, but they are going to be on an eco. I'm kind of expecting them to not use it. If anything, they could use that Neon ult to have kind of a hero round, try to get into that site and try to get as many kills as possible. But man, this is looking a little bit more rough for Ghost. They have the right idea. They have the right tempo. They just need to rely on a lot of these re-clears. They had that numbers advantage that one round that they allowed FlyQuest to re-clear into B main, but again just struggled with that post plant. The spike wasn't planted for Heaven. We had both Heaven and site control. We just weren't ready for the flank as well. Just looking a little bit like the strats are here and there, but for FlyQuest a little bit more put together. Their rotations have come along a lot quicker, and I'm hoping to see a little bit more ping-ponging from Ghost, just being able to put pressure on one side, bait out a lot more of that util before ending in that full hit.
Well, we'll see. It might just be a full hit end to A this time, although Edith will be trained on the aggressive line. A knife to set up for this. That's just some scouting. Not going to offer too much power, but maybe stop the punish onto Edith. If Ghost try to speed in here, a Prowler will spot them. Instantly trades out the saturate, and there's a gap in that Viper wall. Not sure if Ghosts are going to be prepared for that one as it comes in. A little bit of a mistake there. The utility is still coming online. Edith pushed into that corner, and now Ghost open up into this site. It is just the pistols from them, but already trade things out evenly. Losing that Neon ult, though, is going to be a little bit tough for them. That was their big swing tool into this round, and investing 3 ultimates to make this happen. I'm just not sure how valuable that's going to end up being for Ghost. This refight needs to be there for them, but Melia has good trades. It's still 2-on-2 for now, but a fight over heaven is what it's all going to come down to. Ev flashes back into the line, and now trading up into the Phantom on 12 HP. Sari, what do you have for us? Jazzy's so aggressive, has full utility in the kit, but she doesn't care. She just dry swings it, and will take the round anyways.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a crazy round. I mean, Ghost using their ults to try to get that round down. It's quite questionable, Ender. I mean, you really need to be able to have a proper, solid plan, and it just all falls apart when Khaleesi dies right away with that Neon ult. But, I mean, they still have the Viper Pit. They still have that winning condition once they get into a post plan. I just need them to slow it down a little bit, bait all that util, because every single time Ev and Jazzy seem to have so much util to enable them to fight, to enable them to get so much information, and they don't even need to use it to re-clear because they have all of that.
Wow, Khaleesi is just in vents, and that is where their body will lie for the rest of the round. FlyQuest making quick work of Ghost this time. Saw Edith was only able to split. Well, actually, whoa, look at mid. Vanitas just got 2 kills. While this re-clear comes in, that bomb not actually pushing Eli out of the corner. And Ghost have opened up the space into mid. You can see FlyQuest have just fallen away, have given up that side of the map. They'll have the numbers in this retake.
Yeah, they need to get into a really good forward position here with such little numbers. 2v3, they need to get a pick somewhere. And you can actually see Gia setting up for that right now.
Gia will drop down the smoke for her teammate. Continue working forward. But Ev was traded the operator, was exactly ready for that play. I think FlyQuest calling. Their awareness in these moments has been huge. But Vanitas is quite the shooter. Needs the ace to win this round. Playing it well for now, but Thea is there with steady hands to take a 5th in the row for FlyQuest.
Yeah, this is looking really rough for Ghost. They really need to be able to use Vanitas' util, the Prowler, or the Eye to find where Edith is offing aggressively. Because right now, that's been 2-3 rounds in a row that they've been caught off guard by this operator, not knowing where it is, not knowing where Edith is setting up, but being able to kind of push Edith back, push them off that angle, and then go back into some sort of mid-default or some sort of split would be a better option for Ghost. But it seems like they're just lacking that little piece of information every time. But nice little lineup towards this B main. It's looking like they're going to do an aggressive B main push here, Ender.
Yeah, Edith has the rifle this time, so it's a quick double dash. Chance to even pull the ultimate out of this one as well. You see Ghost are sprinting into the B site, completely trading sides. With Gia hanging around in market, it's actually called off. FlyQuest come back into B. Somehow, Khaleesi is here with a shotgun 15 seconds into the round. She looks like she's the defense default player on B. And now it's FlyQuest trying to hunt her down. And she will die in the end. At the same time, Ghost have sprinted over to the A site. The fake, a success.
Yeah, a success, but for what? They have it's a 3v5. This is going to be hard. We're seeing Sari set up towards that A heaven, which is a really good thing. They need to grab numbers, but again, no one can trade this player. Sari's alone and about to aggress.
Yeah, stepping forward. This is 2 rounds in a row that FlyQuest have just been holding for the walk-in. They know that when Ghosts are down in numbers, they're going to walk up and try to get something done, go for some kind of a hero play. That control from FlyQuest is nice to see as they've done nicely to fight against this eco round of Ghosts. And Ghosts were happy just to get a plant, and now they'll be happy to get any kills they possibly can. So Vanitas already has that ult unlocked. That's a great shot from Gia. Upgrades into the Phantom. There's not an infinite amount of time. I saw the vision there where there's a double kill from Gia. And then dances around on site, but it won't quite be there. Nearly, but not all the way.
That was almost an insane round from Gia. 3 really nice picks, 2 of them with the Sheriff. But Ghost, they're really struggling. That was an eco round, so it was good getting 3 of those weapons down, but FlyQuest, they've obviously snowballed a lot of that economy, keeping that op in rotation every single time, so it's looking a little bit rough for them, but I'm confident that they can turn this around because they have the Fade Ult, they have the Viper's Pit. They're choosing to stick together, but we're seeing Sari go back towards that A, be able to actually have a lurk timing potentially, and be annoying having that pressure. Khaleesi again going fast towards mid.
Man, a mail dive, but it's shut out. Jazzy has gotten 2 of these openers just spamming through smokes. Now the re-clear. comes into Mail. Khaleesi lucky to be alive, I think. Ellie had very nearly caught the perfect timing on that one.
Not slowing down is kind of crazy here, Ender.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. You've got your Viper still over on the A side. You need to open up some opportunities for the Lurk to be found, but that Lurk is headed straight into the Operator, so what are you really hoping to accomplish? I'm not so sure. Maybe Khaleesi can do something, turning a flash, but now looking and expecting a player coming back into mid. It's starting to fall apart here as FlyQuest just dissect Ghost on every front.
Yeah, feels like Ghost is not catching a break. They can't really find any opening anywhere, and I think Khaleesi trying to get into that Mail, trying to get into ropes really fast, it works for the first little bit, but it seems like FlyQuest has an answer almost every single time. You can see even in a round like this, the discipline that FlyQuest has, just holding, not over-aggressing, knowing they have that Operator in rotation. And Edith has just been having a field day, able to get down a lot of those really deep angles, getting so much information, plus the KO knife, plus the sky flashes and dogs. It's just seeming like this is FlyQuest's game, and their defense is really solid so far.
I'm just wondering what happened in A, because there is a Viper wall there, and Sari just walked past it. Maybe just wanted to try and take a fight or take a timing that was less predictable. Not quite so sure. Definitely needed to make some kind of heroic move once Ghost had already lost that player on the initial play, but FlyQuest are able to win that round without committing any ultimates into it.
Yeah, they have 4 of these ults held. They really don't need to use them. And I think when you're looking at this team, they're really good at holding it and using it at the right moments. Ev actually used their KO ult that one round against an eco, trying to execute and shut down a lot of those ults that were trying to be used. And now, 4 of these players from Ghost towards this B main, they're going to try to poke and prod, using a lot of util to get that B main early. But Khaleesi, they're going to hold, not go too fast. I think this is a good call. Just putting pressure, depositing a player, being able to put pressure elsewhere on the map, and going towards that.
Oh wow, faking the refight there, just try and pull out the Vise wall. And it's a successful look for FlyQuest. I do expect Ghost to... Well, I was expecting them to stick around and eventually pop in. They do have the Fade ult if they wanted to send it. But they don't really have control anywhere on the map right now, Athena.
Yeah, they've deposited that Vice into B main, which is really good for sound cues, and they're opting to go towards back to this mid split. But all that util is going to be heard under, and it looks like a split.
No, wait, was that a dog stun that caught Eli in main? I have no idea. Khaleesi drops up in heaven. Ghost have just been taken out of this round in the blink of an eye. Looking for that pivot back into the A site where Edith trades down the gun that costs $4,700 for something that just costs a couple $100, and that is not gonna get the job done. Gia will land the kill, and now ult into the site, trying to speed up by about 3 seconds to get that one down more quickly. Maybe worried about a player in screens catching her on the cross, but regardless, Gia now finds herself in the 1-on-3, and FlyQuest find an 8th round into the half.
Yeah, this is looking really rough for Ghost. I think they really need to figure out if they can potentially take another round off, try to get this last round, because 3 rounds on attack, it's not the worst, but it's also not the best. You want to try to guarantee yourself at least 5 rounds on this side to make your defensive half just really nice. But I say that, and there's 4 ults here on the FlyQuest side. They could choose to do anything. They could choose to just leave everything and play full retake on either site and be able to do that. And they have Melia with that Viper Pit, could hold down all of mid, and it's looking like they're choosing to do that. And for Ghost, their buy, it's just not the best here, and they're opting for another B main aggression.
FlyQuest haven't really changed their approach. It's the same players in the same positions for a long time. Thea put some spam down 61 HP on the attacking Neon. Just working off that tiny little pixel in the smoke where you can see players cross. And again, it's just ridiculous damage from Thea. She will eventually be traded down, but that's not without Eli being brought onto 11 HP. And an attacking Viper's Pit threatening. Players sliding up through the gas. Now being brought down of all things, and Ghost not going anywhere with it. We're hoping they could have a fight off the back of that one, and they will secure a couple on the other side. As rotates come in, Edith has switched over into a Phantom. Still chances for FlyQuest to just hold the line here. I love Ev's position. They are in a great spot right now, but reveal themselves as Edith swings around. Drops in to saturate in main as well to set up Ev for that kill. The tandem play from those two is nice, and if you look at the map, that spike completely out in no man's land.
30 seconds left.
Sari swings out into the corner. Shots fired. 25 seconds. Forget the spike. You got to get the kill at this point. Couple of flashes, and Sari will finally get something back here for Ghost. The Red Bull clutch and a 4th on the board.
This is really good for Ghost. Getting that 4th round, it's going to be something nice. They kill a little bit of the momentum from FlyQuest. And I think it's kind of insane how the round that they won was just a bloodbath towards that B main. Putting up Sari's Viper Pit, then pulling it back down, knowing that FlyQuest is going to try to even re-aggress or re-fight. Really well done. And I think also at Edith had their complete long line towards A, 4 players from FlyQuest, and it got a little sloppy from them because they just couldn't fight together. But new half-ender, new game, new pistol, and it's looking like we're gonna have a little bit of a default towards that mid from FlyQuest. 3 players here, whereas we have Melia holding that A main line. We have Thea holding the B. This is how they tend to like to play, just allowing these players to get all the information first before ending in a specific place.
Nice, didn't tag Eli in mail, and Edith gets caught trying to bait the Vise wall. Oh no!
That is so
Edith's been playing the Neon for so long, maybe they thought they had a little bit more speed to make that jump bait work. I don't know. But that's a tough way to go at the start.
I think catching that POV too was kind of dirty, but that was pretty unfortunate. But it looks like they're not gonna make that stop them. They're still opting for this B heaven take here.
Eli out on Rafter. Didn't hear the drop. That's silent from Ev, who's had a monstrous game so far and is right underneath the opponent. But the rotate in from Khaleesi, I believe, spotted out that player. That'll be 3 kills out from the Vise, and Thea has way too much work left to be done. Ghost now have secured both pistols here and are starting to bring this one back.
Yeah, one thing I forgot to mention is how Ghost's comp is actually a little bit more on that defensive sided, because they have that Vice wall, they have that Sentinel being able to kind of hold towards either mid or keep a whole site to themselves, being able to play that retake. So actually a lot of really good stuff for Ghost for this half. It's not looking too bad for them. Winning that pistol, hopefully winning this second round, and then being able to play that bonus. Pretty good, getting the scoreline up to 8-6. And I think Evil Eli has done a really good job with their walls, with their positioning as well, just holding. Now I'm looking at FlyQuest to be able to use a lot of that util to be able to get their picks versus just kind of running it down.
Yeah, right now it is going to be a bit of that running it down idea here. Just some shotguns now. I believe Edith had actually purchased the Bucky, but now Ev is also upgraded into that Judge. But once you have those shotguns and you're in mid, it's a little bit more difficult to actually go anywhere with them. You're kind of reliant on Ghost Gaming sort of walking into you, especially now that you have lost that waylay. So some funky smokes here to try and scale forward, and oh my word, Ghost walk into them! Ev got exactly what they wanted. 3 kills on a pistol round from FlyQuest, and Khaleesi, yeah, she got the kill, but that's 21 health now onto your Neon player, and Vanitas is looking the wrong way. FlyQuest are everywhere on the map. A Thrifty to get right back on top.
Ghost just getting a little bit too antsy. They didn't have to fight there. Yes, they were equalized with numbers, but they had the shotguns, they had better guns in order to kind of hold. They really did not need to re-clear that. I know they don't have that much information, but it doesn't matter, because being able to kind of hold, delay the execute, and let them walk into you instead is a much better chance of winning the round. And exactly what you said too. FlyQuest having those shotguns means they need Ghost to walk into them, and they did that right away. They're just looking to hit A because they know they have the better weapons now.
Yeah, Ghost Zone map pick is starting to slip away here as Edith jumps in. There's players all around them. Khaleesi now 2 kills on the Bucky, and Ghost might have just swung this right back. Khaleesi has the 3rd. And the only advantage Melia has for herself is going to be that Phantom in hand. Plenty of sheriffs on the other side. Noise is jumping around. There's a world where Melia has now picked up the spike and could just escape to the other side of the map. Let's consider hunting down for a kill first. If there's anyone up in heaven. There's a lot of time now for Melia to work off of. Could be concerned about a flank to come in. Now I wonder how long she can actually afford to stick around clearing out her back here.
Yeah, this discipline from Ghost just to play all four, gamble on the site. They know that they don't need to overextend. They don't need to over-rotate. Just play together. Left. They have the numbers advantage. Makes a lot of sense. But for Melia, looking like she's going to opt to save or at least play all the way back. And that round was kind of insane. Khaleesi getting 3 kills there. Being part of this whole, like...
Weapon here.
Kerfluffle of util towards that A.
That's a good word to describe what I just saw.
The kerfluffle was kind of insane. Melia's gonna hear that orb, holding for any executes here. Sorry, exits. I mean,
execute is also a pretty apt word for that one. Eli had no idea what just hit.
The kerfluffle just kerfluffled my brain. Actually, that was insane. But Khaleesi getting 3 there, huge. Finally, a little bit more. Of some intention with how they wanted to execute, kind of just holding and delaying that fight, being able to just play around in that orb, play around in the Viper's wall as well, just overall being really annoying to get into that choke point. So back and forth rounds here. Economy is kind of weird on both sides, but they are going to all have rifles at the end of the day to be able to fight this.
FlyQuest gonna slow things down at the start. Ev has just loved throwing that default knife in mid to see if anyone's actually looking for the quick fight. And I guess Khaleesi's just going to step straight through that wall. No utility to even support it. Full-on confidence move out of the duelist to claim that opener.
The good thing about Neon is that you don't need to go fast on defense. You can just be really confident. You don't need to go overextend, and that's what Khaleesi's been doing so far, and doing such a good job just playing around the walls, being annoying, using that stun to be able to get out, and it's worked out really well for them. They've been heavily rewarded, and now FlyQuest opting to go towards this rope side.
Yeah, they sold a lot of presents over in B mail, but now Khaleesi here on the hold, and Edith just flattens that shot. Great entry from FlyQuest. Again, these contact lines just seemingly working out almost every single time for them. That'll be a clear sight now for Fly.
I think a small thing I'm seeing FlyQuest do really well is being able to trade and peek together. And it's looking really good, especially for this post plant. But Ghost have all of heaven here.
Yeah, we'll see where they go from there. The worry, of course, is Thea very late on the backstab from Vents, not actually clearing that out all the way. The series given that opportunity open. Most of FlyQuest going to dodge out. Actually, everyone dodges away from the Steel Garden. And now the fight moves forward. Edith pops out from the smoke. Good trade from Gia, but FlyQuest have every single angle into the site covered. Very nicely done, as swing is maybe a little bit delayed there. Not going to make too much of a difference now. Eli realizes it's time to leave, and Thea knows exactly where that cat's headed. Easy kill now, and a 10th for Fly.
FlyQuest just looking so solid with the way that they're playing the map and the way that they're trading. I think that's the biggest thing for me. Even though the rounds have gone back and forth, Khaleesi getting that initial pick and getting the number advantage was really nice for Ghost. But again, FlyQuest just choosing to take ropes. They find the gap in the defenses. They just walk up and trade together. That was really nice and well played for them, knowing that Khaleesi fell off of that A main choke because they heard the fallback. And now again, another little bit of a weird buy from Ghost. They're opting for another A main take. Khaleesi trying to play aggressive again, but gets punished instantly. FlyQuest, they've read this now. And instead of just speeding up, they're taking this now control.
Ghost are gonna look for another fight in mid. Orb up right now just to cross one player into Vents. Sari caught that timing, so I don't believe Ev actually spotted her on the retreat. But now she's just out in the open there. FlyQuest have 3 players waiting for it. Eli doesn't really have the opportunity to step out. Now tries to tuck against this box as the wall goes up, but FlyQuest have already left this area.
There's a couple of things that you'd like to do or choose from when you have numbers advantage. You know that the other team could potentially do some sort of crazy reclear. And FlyQuest, their option to hold for the reaggression has actually made them win a couple of these rounds multiple times. But as I say that, Eli is instantly on this super quick flank. Might catch FlyQuest off guard.
Yeah, one of the weaknesses of slowing down is if your opponent finds a gap when you group up, is it means a very quick flank. That's what Eli has, but right now only one player seen. How long can Eli afford to wait here? That's one kill. Switches over to the gun, but Melia instantly turns around. That hope now removed on the flank. Ghosts are going to have to get it done with these two players, and the paranoia is there. Nice shots to open it up. Now Gia, though, has to turn away from the flash. Melia drops down to join her teammate on site. So Gia's going to invite them into the dark cover. Needs a tap on the spike to pull some attention, but FlyQuest have already shown up. Already have a flash to try and push her off of that one. Ev's going to step right in there. Now one-on-one offered over to the other side. Not going to matter, though. Melia has 3, and the round for Fly.
Yeah, that looked a tiny bit scary there. Ev running into that cover, leaving it into a 1v1, but it was all fine because Melia had the angle on the spike. They knew exactly where it was planted, sorry. And I think that makes a really nice round for FlyQuest. For Ghost, this is looking really rough now. 11-6. FlyQuest has run away with it. They have snowballed a little bit of this economy. They can still buy these rifles, but Ghost, they're so low on econ. They have to either play for the tie or try to really play for the win. Force up here, but they gamble. If they lose that round, they really are broke the next. They don't really have that much to work with either, Ender. They have the Neon ult. They've used it before on rounds like these where they are on the low buy to try to get some sort of presence. But Khaleesi pushing that A main has been set up quite a bit, and it's kind of been red. Melia is just holding for it now every single round, using that Viper wall to bait out any extra util, baiting out the Viper gas from Sari as well, and just allowing Khaleesi to walk into their crosshair. I think Ev, obviously, you talked about her earlier, having a phenomenal game. And of course, 21-9 is something to speak for themselves. But I think for me, the reason why Ev has been killing it this game is the way that they're using their util a lot of the times for themselves, but also setting up Edith. But being able to just take those fights, especially in post-plans, especially in retakes, and constantly winning a lot of those 1v1 fights that they need to win.
Well, Ghosts are going to gamble B main on 1 judge purchase and 4 players here. Paranoia off of that teleport, so Khaleesi can slide up and land the first shot. Now Ghost can't really keep moving from here. They're going to try and test some of these engagements, but FlyQuest will end up moving away, but they've actually left the spike over in main. Jazzy realizes it, has to pick that one up. All the while, Melia is just stepping forward here. Eli does have a Sheriff. It's very doable, and the damage from the Thorns brings Melia to a guaranteed 1-shot headshot. Eli giving up the position for just a moment to come back around on this side. Has a chance to catch Melia, but Melia's actually made it back into the site. Ring around the Rosie from those 2 players, as the fight for heaven will determine it all. Khaleesi's in a good position with this judge. Has the baiting from Eli a little bit deeper back. Edith, though, doesn't even care. Lives on 14 health and secures this site now for Fly.
Spike planted.
Aggression from FlyQuest into that spawn, and it's not punished. Melia gets the pick, gets another.
I mean, Melia's just running through these players now. 3 on the round for her. No issues anywhere on the map. You thought Ghost, they got that early kill. Surely they can turn that into something, but as has often been the case this game, FlyQuest just too clean, working their way back into a site. And Sari finds herself once again with every single angle patrolled. Nice shot, actually. Knocks Jazzy low, but it's close, but not quite there. FlyQuest now 1 away from taking this opening map.
Yeah, this is rough for Ghosts. They really need to have some sort of crazy play here. Getting a lot of information somewhere, being really aggressive, and not just Khaleesi. Khaleesi needs someone there with them to be able to trade, to be able to get that information and fall off. Once they equalize those numbers, being able to play back, because again, they have that Sentinel. They have the Vice. They have so much util in order to delay for a retake. They don't need to overextend here. And I think this operator is going to be one of the main reasons why they get enough information without having to address.
The Vi's up on defense, but being flashed. And actually, look at main. Khaleesi just full sends it on the other side. Ghost showing some aggression on both fronts of the map. And that's going to mean FlyQuest almost certainly want to try and accelerate now into B. But with all this utility, it's not going to be so simple. FlyQuest trying to chuck ultimates at the problem, solve it with that, and that might just get the trick. Khaleesi, though, has already made their way over onto this side of the map. Ev is getting kills from back up in heaven, but it doesn't matter. The rest of their team hitting the floor. Now even with 3 kills out from Ev. Stepping up for FlyQuest in this opening map. Make it 4, make it the ace out of nowhere. Hello, Ev. Taking apart Ghost to win split.
What a way to end the game from Ev. We talked about them being absolutely phenomenal, and they just showed up that last round too with an ace to end the game. Kind of insane. And again, using those flashes to their advantage, being able to take every fight with confidence. That was really well played from FlyQuest. They definitely deserve to run away with that map. The way that they were playing together and just really being conjointed was really nice, and I'm really excited to see this next map, because this next map is going to be a little bit more interesting, and I think for Ghost, they need to lock in and be able to use that aggression to their advantage.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Ghost, last time they played Pearl, it was a 13-0 for them. So that's what they've got going into it, but a very different story here up against FlyQuest. I think Ev was already pushing above the 20 kill mark, and with an ace in the last round, that might have actually been a 30 bomb. We'll have to check that once the stats actually end up getting updated, because that was absolutely insane from the KO player. And I think overall, Athena, I was just very impressed in sort of the control difference we saw between FlyQuest and Ghost. I think FlyQuest are playing some really solid Valorant.
Yeah, it feels like FlyQuest really had a proper idea of how they wanted to play around the map, and being able to use both those initiators with really good intention. Every flash, every knife, every dog, every piece of information was used in order to relay that to the rest of the team. They just sat a lot of the time in their defaults, because most of the time they did not have to move. They had all the information, and they were able to play their setups really well together. The rotations came in really fast. They adapted really well. They understood what Ghost was doing in that first half. And so really big props to them, and really big props, of course, to the coaching staff with that timeout.
All right, well, we've got some more Valorant coming up after this. Pearl is on the cards. We'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everybody. If you missed game one, FlyQuest took it. That's all you need to know. Unless
That's true.
Myrna, do you want to fill anyone in on what just went down? What you liked, the things you saw from Fly?
Yeah, I think from FlyQuest, they had a really solid understanding of how to adapt. I think that's where the biggest difference for me was how fast they adapted. The first few rounds looked like Ghost was running away with it. They constantly got a lot of those first picks. They got those numbers advantages, but they couldn't convert them. They ended up losing a lot of their mid rounds. They struggled on their defense side, often re-clearing, and FlyQuest just sitting there being able to hold. I think they had a really solid understanding. For me too, when I'm thinking of FlyQuest and the way they were playing, even though they were defaulting, they still had a lot of the micro adjustments that I love to see from a team, especially when they've played together for so long. Things like knowing that Ghost is going to regress and just holding with 3, or being able to play retake on the site while still allowing Edith to set themselves up with the operator, being able to hold. It's really nice to see. And I think obviously there's a couple things that were a little sloppy, but when you have someone like Ev on your team just going crazy, I think they're completely valid with the way that they played.
Yeah, I mean, Ev went completely crazy. Finishes the map with an ace in it wasn't a 1v5 situation, but it was a 2v5, I
Yeah.
think. Absolutely insane. And 26 kills on that map. I think you need a player like that, especially because, like, FlyQuest win this map convincingly, but they were actually losing in terms of first kills.
Yeah.
Ghost had 10 of them to FlyQuest 9, and yet FlyQuest win this decisively. It's up to a player like this to do that.
Yeah, and I think one of the main reasons they did do that really well was because of their comp, their double initiator, being able to either Jazzy set Edith up for a peek and then rotate all the way back, or Ev just being able to flash and peek for themselves. It was really nice to see, and I think this comp makes a lot of sense for the way that FlyQuest like to play. I thought they would struggle a little bit more on their defensive side, not having that Senti. Amelia technically counting as the Viper, but still not having a Vice Wall or a Cypher Cam or anything like that to delay. But it really played out well for them, and they punished so often, more than not. They punished a lot of Ghost's aggression. Khaleesi constantly getting either one and then getting traded, or just being able to be re-cleared.
Yeah, well, I rate this one happy red FlyQuest. This is FlyQuest's new logo, I've decided.
Oh, okay.
Is gonna join us for this map, unless Ghost bounce back. If Ghost bounce back, we'll have to change that out for something else. Of course, we are going to be moving now into Pearl. The bad news, I guess, for them is that it's Fly's map pick, but the good news, like I said before the break, is the last time Ghost played this, it was a 13-0 for them, so they're riding some confidence pretty high into this match, I suppose.
Yeah, I think they have a pretty solid understanding of how to play this map. Their comp is really nice. They have the Fade, the Omen, the Viper, the Vice. The big question for me, though, here for Ghost is are they going to keep that Neon? Is the Neon going to be played again on this Pearl? I think Khaleesi had a pretty good understanding of how to play Neon. The defensive side was really nice to see, and they are starting on the defensive side, but I still think they lacked a little bit more of that follow-up, of being able to follow up with the Neon, having someone be able to trade Khaleesi on both sides, on both attack and defense. But it's just not my favorite, seeing a character like Neon getting nerfed so hard and still being able to play her. It's kind of hard, especially with the shotgun nerfs with the movement. So for me, I'm kind of hoping to see something else, maybe a Jet, maybe Khaleesi picking up some. Oh, I was about to say getting a second. I was gonna say Phoenix, but I think it's double duelist works a lot better for me.
Yeah. We're still going to be playing the Neon, but now there's the Phoenix in there. I think it is fair to also say that with this being like the first week on the patch in the middle of a tournament, it's really hard. I always found it very hard to adjust comps mid-tournament when, you know, you just have a week between games or sometimes even less. Like, maybe you can focus on changing comps on 1 or 2 maps, but you can't always do that so reliably. Ghost Gaming going to be sticking largely to what has been successful for them in the past, but on the other side, it will be Edith on that Jet, which I do like to see. It's not something that's super common anymore on Pearl, but I think can still be very effective.
Yeah, I think it can definitely work, especially with a lot of the vertical spots you can have on that defensive side. Edith has been really good with the operator holding those deep lines. Works really well for that B holding down long, as well as just the executes with a lot of the splits, being able to get up onto that box in art, a little bit past and peek into the site while also getting onto default. Jet is still super viable, and I think this makes a lot of sense for a little bit of a last minute switch. Kind of interchangeable without changing too much, without focusing on trying to get a double duelist in instead. And I think for this team on FlyQuest, comp is really good. We're going to see Ev instead on the fade instead of the KO, but Jazzy really well played on the flash initiators just in general. In this pistol though, we're going to see FlyQuest start with a 3-2, using that knife to get a little bit of information, get some info, and also farm those orbs on KO.
Series here with the Headhunter bullets ready to go. Now she has completely skirted around these FlyQuest members. Melia will best her on that exchange. Just a completely peculiar way to start off a round. And FlyQuest have a B site with 2 players still in A main, by the way. Look at Jazzy and Thea completely on the other side of the universe. This is a problem now for FlyQuest because this retake is coming in fairly quickly. Ghost still wondering if there's players going to be coming back in from mid. And I don't know, maybe Thea has a pull she can use from max range. She's trying to give some support down as Vanitas will turn around and best Jazzykins. A ridiculous round. Thea now finding herself in a 1-on-3. There's the pull to slow it down at the start. But now these shots have to be found, and they just simply will not be. I have no idea what I just watched, Athena.
I agree with you. Sari getting timinged on B. Gets picked off. FlyQuest speeds up. But the 2 players in A main are still in A main for way too long. They overstayed, like you said, for way too long. And the second that Ghost clocked that, they saw Jazzy going towards that mid, losing that fight. They didn't spot Astra on the execute. They were just like, hey, we can just take this. And that's where the neon stuns on Khaleesi do come in handy sometimes, is when you're taking that space, re-clearing, and retaking onto the site, clearing that back halls together. And that's what I wanted to see from Ghost, just a lot more trading together with how explosive they are.
Athena, our neon player has bought Odin in round 2. I love the universe we live in on Pearl is something I think everyone should strive for this to be what we live in, what we exist in. Ghost with the full-on buy-up here, and FlyQuest this time around are going to take their sweet time scaling in. Because there could be an Odin on the other side, you never know. I'm looking at, I can see Athena's webcam right now. Her face has left the screen. She's just absolutely cackling. It's wonderful. FlyQuest have made their way into the site just to get the plant here. Success enough for them. It's full classics, and surprise, surprise, now you face down against Khaleesi's Odin. It is here in full force, and the defuse already underway. Ev is going to be taken down at the end, and a successful round 2 story for Ghost Gaming.
Yeah, so the answer for a movement nerf is to just buy an Odin. You know?
Yeah, obviously.
If
just
you
stand
can't
still.
move, just stand still.
That's actually genius. Someone has to call the VCT teams. Someone call them up, let them know. Khaleesi sitting 3-0 now. I think there was only one Odin kill there, so we'll see. This is the round where it could do some serious damage potentially.
Yeah, 4 players on this A side, 3 of them trying to aggress, and this could be a bloodbath because it looks like both teams are determined on getting this orb, or at least that space.
Is this how Ghost Gaming got the 13-0? That's my question for you. Oh no, no one breaks the haunt. Khaleesi's full blind and unpunished with the Odin, just shift walking further forward and laying down some ammunition into the star.
Coming back.
At the same time, Melia has gotten this huge lurk up into connector. The defense chamber has the full push down B long, so it means Ghost don't have to over-rotate. Just now holding in spawn as Gia takes down that lurk. And now FlyQuest are completely boxed into this A side, Athena.
Yeah, Eli using that run it back to get all that information towards mid. Fly is going to hear that, but they're still just walking around. Sari has all of B, peeking into spawn, hopefully not overextending. There's so much information here for Ghost, and they're in a really good position here, Ender.
Sari pushed all the way up here. Heavy armor on Thea, so a little bit more of a challenge with the Outlaw, but here's all these players now going down into street. So Ghost Gaming can start these rotations, get some bodies moving over to the right side of the map. Sari has to switch over to the Headhunter, got one bullet down in Thea, so now she's down extremely low. Benitez spotted out, we'll chuck out a haunt. If there's any spam that can be followed up, because the rest of Ghost is now working their way into the site. Not wasting a single moment here. With Ev backed into the corner, has no bullets left into the tank, and unloads for another kill. It's just the Jet now in the mix. Edith now caught between three players, and Sari will take her down from long. It's starting, Myrna. Ghosts now have 3 in a row.
They did this last map, though. We can't forget they did this last map. They need to lock in and keep up this aggression. Being able to have the confidence, especially from Sari, to get that B line after all that information is given from A main was really nice. For FlyQuest, we talked about how their tempo didn't really punish them last game, just sitting in their defaults, being able to hold. But now when you think about it, that's 2 rounds now that FlyQuest should have sped up. First round being the pistol, 2 players still stuck in A main and not rotating. And this last round against a bonus, seeing 4 players towards that A site and still opting to just sit there and hold without re-clearing properly. It's a little bit of a struggle, and I need to see FlyQuest speed up in these rounds.
Well, they might be speeding up into the wrong place here. Khaleesi actually backs away from the angle in mid. I tell a lie, and maybe Khaleesi should have backed away. Edith had gone for the hero buy into this round, remembering exactly how Split started off. The 3-0 beginning from Ghost into FlyQuest, winning on a bad buy. So now with the opening kill, FlyQuest can retrace their steps and maybe try for a B-pop. Oh no, Eli is stepping straight into it. Melia will just take that one shot and back away. But this is a staple of Ghosts. If they ever lose a player, you've just got people starting to walk out anywhere, and this time that turret's gonna spot her.
Yeah, Eli just instantly re-clearing and getting all that information, knowing that they're falling back, and all this noise now is gonna be held by Sari. She needs to get one of these picks and be able to hold off the retake.
She might need more than one. Already getting chipped away at by the Nanoswarm. And that teleport puts her right into the corner. The wrap could still come in. Somehow Steri's still alive here. Will eventually be taken down by Ev. So numbers still held on to, and that Odin that Ev picked up off of Khaleesi's corpse is now a devastating tool in the post plant. Ghost have to somehow get back through some choke points versus an Odin and an Op. Not to mention Jazzy's utility continuing to slow the forward progression from Ghost. Now a high-low held. And Benitez has to swing back into it. Jazzy's first kills of the map are going to be the most important. Secure this Thrifty for FlyQuest.
That round literally turned around so quick. They had the numbers advantage from Ghost. They had the information as well. Sari getting 2 picks and dying on site, that was still really good. They did their job really well. But the retake, Eli swinging out a link way too early when the team wasn't ready. They really need to tighten up that timing and that spacing on these swings and on these trades. If Sari's alone on site, just let her be. You can't help her that much. You should just wait for the rest of your team and equalize those numbers once again. But instead, they're opting for a nice little mid-take. They're getting that information. Sari's pushed all the way up. They have the trip on that B. But they're not going to be expecting just a 5-man push here from FlyQuest.
Yeah, Ghost actually buy up into this round, even though it'll just be a sheriff for Gia. Looking at a full-on retake. And FlyQuest's ultimates are going to be really brutal for Ghost to actually activate the utility or get anything done. First player now spotted. We'll see how long they hold on to him. The first wave is Jazzy's ulti. Right now, Ghost can't use utility to get back into the site. And if they wait that out, then there's going to be the Nightfall on top of it. You're faced with this impossible decision. Do you contact in and take the fight without utility, or do you wait until you're decayed by the Nightfall? Luckily for them, the Nightfall goes the absolute wrong direction, so the patience pays off. Eli to land the first, and now a flash through that smoke, just charging in through the nanos. It'll be Khaleesi clearing out backside, but so little time left. They're gonna have to stop that pull from being a factor. There's not enough time left as the spam comes down. The stall from the ultimates wins out for FlyQuest.
Yeah, that stall was phenomenal. You were calling it exactly how it was. The KOL to delay, the Nightfall coming in, even though it went the wrong way, it still delayed them for long enough that FlyQuest could play that post plant. Ghost, they've had a couple of really good retakes now. They're really good at taking that back call and refighting towards B. They just unfortunately gambled wrong that round. Sari not anywhere near the site, not able to get that initial pick, being able to get the info fast enough for rotates to come in. They gambled towards that mid, but it almost was a good round, but the delay from FlyQuest was just phenomenal.
Curveball ready, out from double doors, turned away from, but Khaleesi will land a kill. Opening exchange goes Ghost's way. Off a nice little 1-2 setup. Now FlyQuest decide not to actually advance further into the mid space. They regroup back into A.
I think a really nice thing that Ghost has been doing now when they have this double duelist setup is Eli being able to be aggressive with Khaleesi. I was asking for it on that split game because a lot of the time Khaleesi was overextending alone, but now Eli is there to get the trades.
Jiggling for now. Spots one player, maybe two, and now Khaleesi advances forward. It's a great timing caught by the duelist. A 4K for Ghost's fourth round of the map.
I'm sorry for doubting the Neon, Khaleesi. That's my bad.
Hey, it's looking nice here. 8-2 start. You gotta respect it.
Yeah, that's really nice. I really like the way that Ghost is playing around their defensive side. That last round 5, they gambled towards mid, and it just was unfortunate because FlyQuest decided to do a 5-person hit. But this round was a lot nicer, a lot cleaner, and a lot more what I want to see from Ghost, using the double duelist to get some sort of aggression. That Phoenix flash curving around the door, getting those picks. Yes, there were a couple back and forth trades, but it doesn't matter because they had the numbers advantage. And the most important thing is the Ghost fell back into a nice little crossfire setup. Off of Eli's contact, we saw Khaleesi swing, get that pick, and then go for the second and the third. And that was really nice to see. It's something that Ghost, we didn't get to see a lot of their defense side on that first map, where they did a lot of these trades, where they did a lot of these little crossfire setups. So it's really nice to see. I think here, though, for FlyQuest, they're going to be scrambling a little bit. They obviously are on low money. They have a couple of these ults, but probably don't want to use them. Maybe the jet knives to try to get any hero picks, but nothing too crazy. I think they just need to bait out a lot of that util, especially now knowing that we're going to be seeing a lot of Eli together with Khaleesi, getting those picks, getting the aggression, just being able to wait for that util and then end in some sort of hit for Fly.
Well, that early fight is going to be headed A main this time around for Ghost. Throwing the blaze over the top just to secure the orb control for now. That's going to give Eli now the run it back into the round. FlyQuest move street.
This is a nice little execute from FlyQuest, but look at Ghost. 3 of them pushing towards this A main, and they might just catch off Melia.
Melia does have a Guardian. Best person to patrol against this push if Ghost continue going forward. Ghost have often been punished back on split by going for these over-aggressive lockdowns. And this is an anti-eco. Rounds that you typically don't want to go too far forward in.
Joke's over.
Especially because FlyQuest aren't giving information over. The run it back actually, well, it looks like you just lost an ultimate. Protects Ghost from going crazy, and then Eli steps into it again at the same time that their teammates are stepping backwards. Melia, one more kill is a miracle for FlyQuest. Now if Sari is dealt with down on long with a Hunt, can come in. Now the Hunt has calmed down. FlyQuest have just run through Ghost. Ghost look completely scattered. Maybe Sari could be a hero, maybe Khaleesi. Nevin this off angle. That's not going to be easy. Nice shot lands. Now Khaleesi drops down the wall. Enter into the site. Both players up in heaven. Really unorthodox post-plant position. Now 3 kills onto the round. Khaleesi may have just done enough. Jazzy back onto the angle. already stuck to half. Can't waste a bullet here with 5 left in the tank. Jazzy has done it. The Red Bull clutch and a third for Fly.
What a crazy back and forth round. Jazzy being able to get those last 2 kills was kind of insane. Khaleesi being flashed, not being able to hold for Sari. And again, some of these small things that we talked about for Ghost, not being able to play together, not swinging off each other. After getting the spike to half, just peeking together and trying to get that pick on Jazzy to deny that Red Bull clutch. But again, Jazzy really well played. It seems like whoever touches KO on this FlyQuest side tends to turn it into gold almost every single time. But that was such a back and forth round ender. It looked like FlyQuest had the upper hand, and then all of a sudden Ghost came back, got those picks, and then Jazzy just ending it out with such a nice clutch. Kind of crazy, but now Fly looking towards their mid, playing it slow once again because they know that Ghost is just going to keep regressing into them.
FlyQuest are even doing this in a lot of their attack rounds back on Split, where they just sort of allow Ghost to lose to boredom. This time it's Edith. I'm not sure, maybe there was something pretty on the wall that looked a little bit more interesting than a player over in Heart, because that is not the way you want a round to start for FlyQuest. That's going to pull out a lockdown for the A site now. Ghost playing all their members just behind that for now. Another ultimate committed from Fly. It's an anti-eco here. FlyQuest have already lost a player, so now they're throwing everything into this to make sure they hold on to the round. It'll be the fight over Art that determines everything. Jazzy just helping stall out and provide some support for Ev tucked in the corner. Now Jazzy just challenges the line herself. She wants this all on her own. Now the double face down as Sari will eventually find herself traded out. The slide forward dealt with. And Ghost, just as they got into this round, have seemingly lost the plot. Melia lands the final kill and ties us up at 4.
I think FlyQuest getting a little spooked and using 2 ults there might have been a tiny bit of overkill, but it doesn't matter because they won the round. They really wanted to make sure they secured that winning condition. Really nice shout out again for Jazzy for that util, using the knife to scan 3 of those players towards spawn on the retake and opting to take that line towards A link, fighting deep into garden because she knows that all of these players are going to be coming from spawn and choosing to take that weak spot, take that fight and gamble getting more map control in that post time. And now FlyQuest, it looks like they're going to keep doing that same thing, playing a little bit slow, opting to hold mid, but Khaleesi with the operator picking off Ev.
That's a way to get another opener. It's never been a problem for Ghost, landing these first kills. And another one steps in. Another one bites the dust. Khaleesi already with 2 quick kills into the round. Another challenger maybe? Flash in. This time, a second lease on life for Jazzy. Counter stun thrown out, and FlyQuest will try their luck into Art this time. Not sure here how much Ghost is going to give them. Right now, just 2 players back in secret. FlyQuest full contact their way in. Can't play their hand too early here, or else Ghost would be able to rotate in. So just facing up for the fight, but Gia's going to punish them in a massive way. 2 instant kills. This round just completely won by the good work from the operator early and Gia later. Melia still worried about an eventual flank coming in, but I think we saw this same round in the 1-on-4 back on Split where Melia just didn't even play it out. Chose to save in the long run, and that's exactly what she's going to do here.
Yeah, definitely the smarter decision. With this save, they have enough to full buy that next round. Make up for Edith's poor economy there. But as I say that, Khaleesi actually going for another reaggression. Somehow getting it with 10 seconds of the round left, getting that pick.
Would you be upset if you just played a round where at the start of the round you saw Neon opping Street and then you find out that Neon never moved the entire round?
Absolutely. I would be so mad. And I would be like, dude, why did I go back? I know she was there with the op. Like, why did I go back? I think Khaleesi, though, getting those picks was really nice. And now FlyQuest, they have a new layer of worry to kind of be concerned about. They need to use that util to spot Khaleesi with that operator and be able to deny. You'd think the Chamber has it, but Khaleesi's actually the one. But they're both on this B site.
Khaleesi's unlocked the tech of just stand still on the neon on patch 12.09. That's going to work out for another opening pick as well. The op in her hands has been excellent so far. FlyQuest. Nightfall ready to go. Last round 2 ago, they committed ultimates after losing a very early member. Again, it'll be that Nightfall coming out. But Ghoster gonna fight for this one. Oh no! FlyQuest just level 2 players instantly. Khaleesi still stuck behind a smoke in heaven. This will be an easy plant now for FlyQuest. And Ghost have to somehow piece together a retake idea. Vanitas has a Nightfall to throw that one in, but Khaleesi doesn't have an opportunity to pick up a gun easily, I don't believe. I believe one was pinged out around pillar on site. But a smoke will come in. They'll start inching their way forward. A nice haunt, though, from Ev. I love the timing of utility from this player. They've been absolutely locked in today on these last 2 maps. Just shutting Ghost out of this round. It'll be a save on the operator, and we're tied again.
Yeah, this is a good save here. They need to keep that operator in rotation. It's been the reason why they've gotten so many of those opening kills at this point. But for FlyQuest, really well played. Big shout out to Melia. This has been a couple rounds now where Melia has gotten those picks towards that mid on a really nice timing. They recognized that there was no aggression towards that mid from Ghost on that setup. They recognized that Khaleesi was opping towards that B, and so they took their timing towards that mid. She got the pick on that player towards that B link, and actually that kind of solidified the round for them because you lose your Phoenix for Ghost, you lose your flashes. The retake is just a tiny bit harder, especially when you have an operator instead of Neon with a rifle to be able to just zoom into sight. And again, this B hit ends.
And again, the opener. That's 3 in a row with the op for Khaleesi. Absolutely wonderful start. I mean, Khaleesi's been running away with this game. I think 15 kills already. Make it another. Double opener again. Khaleesi on fire right now. Make that one a third. Good lord, someone stop her in the corner. No one's going to step up to the challenge this time around for FlyQuest. As Jazzy bleeds out in the corner of Melia's screen. She is just a sitting duck here. Flush on default. The flames go up and Eli will finish off this round. Another banger out from Khaleesi.
Yeah, FlyQuest here, they're full committing to these hits, which is not what we normally see from this team. Normally, we see them using the util to get information and being able to poke and prod and go the other way. But this time, they don't have the ults to push back Khaleesi. Last round, they used that Nightfall to make sure they could get the site and push Khaleesi off that site. But this time, they just ran up one by one. Khaleesi, really good repositioning to get those angles. But Ghost, they have 4 ults online for the last round in this half. Eli with that run it back, able to take whatever information they need to do, and they're using it towards that mid to fight a lot of that info.
Was shift walking at the start here, but that's going to mean the running back times out before there's any value found, I'd imagine. So this fight now coming into the B site. Sari has to slip away into heaven. Good utility to keep her at bay. Just a little bit of an angle to work with here. There's not a smoke for heaven, and it doesn't even matter. FlyQuest fight. It was coming back into spawn. So instead, FlyQuest run all the way around the map, catch Ghost out on 2 different nice timings. Khaleesi will switch over to a Vandal now. Lightning at the ready. The wall is 2, but so many spots being held. That crossfire absolutely deady through the fire of it all. It will be FlyQuest all the way, and this half ties up even.
Switching sides.
If hitting B doesn't work, just split B instead.
Yeah, just hit it a different way.
Hit it with 2 angles at once. FlyQuest, really well played, actually. Ghost, they had 4 ults online and they still couldn't convert that round. It's kind of insane. I think using that Phoenix ult towards mid was a really good timing, but unfortunately, like you said, walking, losing the actual good timing on being able to get the information towards that B link was a really big downfall. And I think as well, just not being ready for that split overall. But 6-6, tied up. We're now in this pistol. Second half, Ghost on the attack. We see them play a little bit more aggressive than FlyQuest, grouping up a lot more. And it looks like they're opting to go towards this B main hit here, where 2 of these players from Fly are sitting.
Yeah, doubled up on the line for now. Actually, it was Edith full hiding in the corner. So just trying to sell it as a little bit more passive. No one's clearing Edith from that one. The bait works out to perfection. Now the flash is into back sight. Eli will follow up on that, but it's a bit of a mess. FlyQuest have already flooded down into the site. Vanitas for 3 kills was so clutch for Ghost back on split, but on 15 HP. You cannot afford to miss a single bullet here. And Thea could be anywhere. Right now, she's made it all the way into backside, catching a brutal timing. Vanitas fakes the plant, needs to keep going forward. There's not much time left, and Thea will remind them of it. FlyQuest jump out to an early lead.
Wow, what a bloodbath in that back hall. All the crosses towards that back of B was insane. But yeah, really nice setup. Edith and Melia being able to just hold. Edith not getting cleared was obviously a big reason why she managed to get one of those picks, but Melia being able to get a trade, and then following up, a lot of these players from FlyQuest being able to flood in so quickly and get those trades was really nice. Of course, Thea with a sick timing into back hall. Really well played, and now they're looking to play out their anti-eco. FlyQuest, they do a good job with rounds like these because they tend to be pretty passive as it is, and they're opting to leave Edith on this line, looking towards that market, not getting any information. But I think Thea has heard something towards this A main, getting that info and falling off right away.
Yeah, I'm surprised she got away with just taking the orb on her own, as Khaleesi just sprints past Ev. Again, these corners being ignored a little bit, and it's coming back to bite Khaleesi every single time. The attack side is where Ghost really struggled, I think, in terms of breaking FlyQuest's early holds. And so far, that's been a staple here on Pearl as well. Of course, the weak buy this time around, but gonna need to see some changes on the entries from Ghost. They want to turn this one back in their favor. No issues yet in this anti-eco. Just Gia counting out her final moments in the corner. She's got 38 of them. Finally, that knife getting a tag. The question here is how aggressively is Melia going to keep walking here on the flank? She actually has a Phantom, but will eventually come in from the back and get that kill. No knife shenanigans this time, just easy work from Fly.
No shenanigans, but again, well played from Fly. This is where they tend to excel under, holding those defaults, playing a little bit passive. Edith getting that line towards mid and instantly falling off once they realize that a lot of the noise is not going to be towards that side of the map. The retakes were nice. They didn't even have to retake because the hold was really good. Ev just being able to swing out of that smoke on a time bank to help Thea on that site. Anchoring is really nice. It's looking really rough here for Ghost, but they're on their rifle by now. They have their weapons, and they're choosing to go for this A again. Maybe trying to punish Thea since they knew that she was getting the orb last round.
I mean, if they can get onto the site, it's good news because Edith bought an operator on B. That's going to be tough to retake with. But if Ghost pivot back into the op, I do not like their odds at all. So far, they just take that orb, Myrna, and slow things down for the time.
Yeah, getting more information towards that mid, not overextending. Trying to hold to see if there's any aggression from FlyQuest because, again, they are on a little bit of a low buy. They still don't know about that operator yet. Yazzy's going to get spotted towards that B link. But it's going to send them into actually an A art split.
Yeah, they're keeping their options open right now. With Sari pulling some attention back B, but I like how Ghost have navigated this round so far. Down under the 45-second mark. As again, they test over onto A, but I think they want to finish back B, and this is going to cost them. FlyQuest have not flinched over on this side of the map. Unless Sari gets the opener, which I'm just not sure she's going to be able to do. There's a stun actually thrown out from their Astra over by A. We're under 30 seconds left. The spike doesn't know quite where to go, so it'll be back towards the A side, where there is still a stack of 3 FlyQuest members for now. Already, Khaleesi has made her way into the site. Now ready to pop out from behind that smoke, but Ev will take her down. Now 10 seconds remaining. The spam to come through this wall could be devastating. Vanitas barely gets the spike onto the ground, but at what cost? Because FlyQuest are here to stay. Eli keeps her team into the round, and now with the run it back, evens the playing field. Eli needs something here, and on the other side, Sari will take down 2. A perfect timing caught on the late lurk through spawn. And now Edith's operator has to close clear the corner. It's good enough at the beginning. Now Eli getting up into the middle of everything, quick on the timing, and this shorty from Edith will deliver the killing blow to the Phoenix. This round somehow through it all goes to FlyQuest.
This was an insane round. Sari with a really good timing, really good discipline. Being able to hold that lurk for so long and just be a nuisance towards that B site and force Fly not to rotate fast enough. But Edith hiding that operator for so long, being able to hold the line, getting the information, and then just clutching it out like that. What an insane round from Edith. And now the operator stays alive for FlyQuest. They have so much more information than Ghost opted for them to kind of have. And Ghost, they're on this little bit of a low buy. Sari with a Vandal. Shotgun on Khaleesi. But this is looking a little scarier for Ghost.
Oh my. Nelly just steps in there. Maybe a little too confident after Edith's Red Bull clutch. Now Ghost gonna be happy to realize there's no Killjoy utility into this round. Of all the people to early kill, that is maybe just the best one. And a trade as well onto Ev. FlyQuest have gotten pretty sloppy here, offering up some very tradable duels at the start of this round. Now Edith has sprinted through B main, so FlyQuest are calling in the rotates now, but Thea is completely cornered, boxed in, and it'll be Ghost up 2 players in this post plant. They've upgraded 3 players now into having rifles. And if Edith accomplishes anything on this flank, it would be an absolute miracle. That's 1 kill, and she's choosing to go back into Art. That's a lot of time to be spent to move back this pathing into the site. Especially with Jazzy dying on site. If Jazzy gets a kill and turns some attention back, maybe. But now it's just way too slow. I think Edith maybe planning to hold on to this operator at this point. A kill to pad the stats on the way out, but that's all it will mean as Ghosts take their 7th.
Yeah, trying to get some exits and save the op is definitely the right call here. FlyQuest, we talked a lot about their defense, and now they're starting to fall apart at the seams a little bit, having so many gaps, players not playing together. Thea taking that A main control, trying to farm that orb once again, but that meant that leaving that player towards that link, Ev being alone, was not good. Art was taken so quick, especially when you're playing against a Thrifty. It's really hard when you're just so separated around the map like that, but they do get to keep the operator, which means that this round isn't completely out of the books yet. They can hold that line. Edith opting to go for an Art peek, but Gus, they have 2 ults, and they have rifles here.
Flash back into mid. Both teams throw down the utility, but neither of them actually want to fire a bullet. FlyQuest trying to rein it in after the last round got a little messy. And so Ghost are just gonna sprint down into B long now. Full Killjoy utility set up and ready to go at this. Khaleesi does not even care. Even breaking some util on the entry pathing. Where is anyone else on Ghost to find the trades? There's gonna be a util kill from Eli, as now Sari has that flash to set up into backside. Eli is taking over in this round. Great work on the opening frags and the curveballs, but still these spikes, these smokes make a mess of the site. Spam exchanging fire on either side. With control now from heaven, Edith will not have a shot. That smoke posing too much of a problem for now. And Eli has gone all the way around the world, finishes off the round with a 3rd kill.
Khaleesi doing a great job, actually, getting a lot of that information towards site, using that neon to just make space for the rest of her team. It did look a little bit scary because no one is there to trade, especially after Melia got that first pick. But it doesn't matter because, like you said, Eli is here back to save the day, getting that 3K. Being able to be confident, using the flashes around the corner to re-clear back wall was very well played. And now this is going to be a rifle round for both these teams with 4 ults online for FlyQuest. And they're using it to play aggressive towards that A main, but the Molly's going to stop them.
Fearless from Khaleesi once more. Edith sticking around, and that could be the punish. Eli just charges on in there, sending herself fully into the side. Look at that. Trying to open up something, whereas the other side of the map, there was the pick found, and that's going to call the rotates in from Ghost to the B side.
Sari all the way up this long B, but Melia is still here. So much util. Breaking that alarm bar is going to ring some alarms for FlyQuest, but they're so slow. The lockdown's going to go down. Looks like Ghost is not too scared yet. They're just going to hold for this. But Eli, again, coming online that last round, being really confident. And this whole time, Gia has got so much space for a dart.
Yeah, but it's still going to be the B hit, and the rotates have already come in now. So Melia staying alive backside is critical. There's a gap in the wall. Vanitas will trade that one out, but still Melia has not been flushed out. Ghosts are only playing with 2 people on this site for now. 30 seconds left on the clock. Still waiting on Gia to make it over here. So instead, having to rely now on their Phoenix player, but now that Phoenix is down. And Gia, a little bit too late to the party. Still needs to pick up the spike, still needs those kills, and a double swing, nicely coordinated from FlyQuest, will secure this round.
Yeah, really well played for FlyQuest. I really like that they were able to get into that retake and just hold together. They weren't too worried. I thought the rotates would have come in just a little bit faster after hearing all that noise, but it's like they know that Melia can just sit there and delay for so long that FlyQuest can take their time getting to the site. Melia has been really annoying to deal with on this B side for Ghost, constantly either getting one or just delaying for so long, using that lockdown at such a really nice timing. And then of course the late rotate was kind of hard to deal with, but fully main control again from Ghost. They're trying to find the loose threads that FlyQuest is kind of leaving around the map and trying to pick off Edith. But Edith just holding for that mid, gambling away from where the group is every round.
Well, Ghosts aren't going to be able to bank on any ults this round, so instead, maybe a chance on the lurk. Oh, Sari gives over just an elbow there. Not enough for Edith to prepare themselves for the kill. That cedes a lot of control now into Art, into mid. Ghosts certainly looking to challenge that. But with Khaleesi still here in A main, it looks like that pivot is going to come back into A. FlyQuest rotate too heavily towards the B side. That leaves them just with control over Secret on A. Now the hit, flash in, and the utility. Counter Nightfall though. FlyQuest have plenty to work with here too. That decay takes that duelist so low. Khaleesi waiting to heal back up, but that time left waiting is exactly when Ev strikes. Just kills found through smokes. Bedlam on the A site. Sari's timing caught through this. We'll see if it ends up mattering. Not to be, with Edith landing the op shot. And that spike is on the right side of the wall for Gia, but with so many players left alive, FlyQuest is just going to charge in at her, eat up the bullets, turn the attention, and take themselves another round.
It's really interesting how Ghost consistently has seen the operator or spotted the operator and still hit the same side that they've seen the operator on. That round, it almost worked out for them. They actually got the site, they got the spike down, but it all fell apart because FlyQuest was so quick at getting those picks. Sari as well, maybe going a little bit too fast on the flank. Managed to get one of those picks, but was instantly traded. But the rest of the team, they're post plants for Ghost. They really need to find a way to stay alive when they get that spike down. It's been so hard for them. And I think one of the main reasons is just how well FlyQuest has been able to anchor and has been able to kind of fall off the site, but use so much delay util that Ghost doesn't even have a chance at getting onto the site fast enough and then getting off and falling back into those post plant positions. I think now we're looking at this round. Ghost, they're on a low buy. It's 11-8. Feels like we've seen this last game ender, where they're on that 11th point. They know that they either have to force to play for the win or they play for the tie here. And it's looking like they're going to opt for that force, of course. They have the Nightfall. They have the Astral Wall. Kind of hoping to see them do something a little bit quicker, even if they spot the operator being able to just take that site, get the post plant, and not overextend. As well, Khaleesi getting onto that site, getting an entry, and Eli being right behind her, being able to get that trade, I think, is one of the most important things on this.
Yeah, Khaleesi got off to such a hot start. In the first half was 18 and 6. Now 18 and 12, not able to stand up against the FlyQuest defense just yet, but maybe a chance here for Ghost. We'll have to wait and see. Their hero rifle is down in mid, so if they actually try to rip it into this site, their best bet is going to be Khaleesi's Stinger. And close range against the operator, a misfire is very simple to punish, especially now with some pressure being put down. The connector lurk in, and Edith tries to sneak on out of there. Chipped away at with the flame on the floor, and Khaleesi won't overextend past the wall. That's going to be Eli's turn on the Sheriff, and instantly punished. Ghost just going to be stuck behind their Astro Wall for now. FlyQuest can wait this out. Actually, look at Vanitas going all the way around the world. No one's playing on site really from Ghost except for Khaleesi, and every lurk has been held for. FlyQuest just anticipating the aggression. As soon as Ghost dropped down in numbers, the control on these retakes has never been something FlyQuest are waiting for. They always have it. Now Vanitas can only do so much with the Sheriff. G as well will pull the players away from the spike and instantly be taken out, so no longer can play for the win, can only look for the tie and hope for OT from Ghost. They'll need 4 in a row.
Yeah, that was so hard for them to play. Khaleesi being alone on site is a huge question mark for me. Sari overextending, pushing towards that sewers. There's just so many small things with Ghost that's just not adding up when they're getting themselves in these really nice positions almost. Getting themselves in the post plant. Yes, they had low guns, but they still could have set up some sort of crossfire and denied a lot of that util that FlyQuest has used. I mean, they used the Molly at that point. They had used the KO ult. They just had to retake, but it just was not good. Ghost struggling. They're going for this fast fight again, trying to hope that something goes crazy.
I think 4 players just got pinged, and Khaleesi again drops. It's a tough start, round after round for Ghost. They haven't even moved into the site, by the way. I believe the C has caught everyone. I don't know who's in charge of the Game Changer script. It must be the same people that wrote Season 8 of Game of Thrones, because I haven't seen a Khaleesi be treated so poorly at the end of a series since that. Ghost have to set up now 4v5. We'll see what Sari can do. Evening the score there, and now control over Art. Eli doesn't have any flashes to keep that fight moving forward. And Edith again has this flank with the operator. Pop flash out. It's perfectly timed, and Jazzy will follow off her own utility. By the way, Sari still on the walkabout. Last couple of rounds this hasn't worked, but this time Vanita stepping up to draw the attention back. Sari needs both of these shots to connect, and it will not be found. Edith is too quick on it. FlyQuest will advance into the main event here at the final hour.
Yeah, this was definitely well deserved. You can just tell that FlyQuest, they have so many of these nice protocols, the trades and the spacing drilled into them, because the way that they were playing both of these maps was really nice to watch. The mechanics are all there, the trades, the ideas, the executes, being able to default but also be a little bit quicker in tempo is really nice to watch. I think for FlyQuest, this is kind of a determining win, but also one that they can watch back and see a lot of the small issues that they had as a team, but still be proud, because at the end of the day, they played it really well. They ended up trading really, really well. I love the util from all of these players, and I think every single player did their role absolutely phenomenally for this team.
Excellent work from FlyQuest, and congratulations again. They will be advancing to the main event. We'll be having an interview with one of the winners after this, so don't go anywhere.
Hey, we got this old mattress.
Waterbed.
And the receipt.
How about you beat it with a better deal on one of these fresh setups?
We can't do that.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
I'm just gonna leave it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, FlyQuest best Ghost Gaming 2-0 Athena, and I think I speak for both of us when I say I was just very impressed with the control we saw from this team as all. They will be advancing now into the main event. This is a team that has historically been sort of neck and neck at the top of the standings in NA Game Changers, but this time you do a little bit more extra work to qualify here at 4-2.
Yeah, it feels like they have to push a lot harder and be able to get a lot more ideas into their gameplays, not just relying on a lot of their defaults or just their defense, because their defense, it really has been phenomenal up until this point. They're constantly proving themselves to have a really solid understanding of how they want to play, how they want to rotate off the map, and how to set up Edith as well. So it's been looking really good. But of course, this is going to be a nice little reward for them, nice little present to motivate them in the future, because they're going to be playing this next part of the event and being able to kind of prove themselves as constantly being that number 2 seed, but potentially being able to be that number 1.
Yeah, and FlyQuest, they come out here 13-8. This time they do better in the first kill category, but I still think it was very nice to see them work so many of these rounds being down a player, having to call their way through, or very often just work together, you know, trading each other out, having some individual players step up in order to swing it their way. All in all, I think a great day for FlyQuest, and in particular, Ev, you think back on that first map, the KO was just out of this world today.
Yeah, KO was insane. And then going on to this map, we saw the fade as well. I think the thing that FlyQuest does the best so far that I've seen out of a lot of these teams in Game Changers is their util usage. Ev being one of those main players, the flashes being used to kind of set themselves up for success, but also on the fade, using that tether at really good timings, using the haunt on really good timings on those retakes or executes to just throw the other team off guard almost every single time has been really nice and very refreshing for this team. And I think as well, another shout out to players like Melia, who's able to just anchor onto the site for so long and be able to delay for so long. It's just been so nice to see from FlyQuest. It looks like they have a lot of these really nice, intricate little micro things that they've implemented into their game to make it look quite creative as well. When you talk about when they're down numbers, they don't do what every other team tends to do, which is just like, hey, we have to regress right away to get the number advantage. A lot of the time you'll just see them hold, or you'll see them cut noise and try to see if the other team has any of those entrances for them to grab. So very well played. And I think when you're looking at the scoreboard, you can kind of see that it really was a team effort.
Yeah, you definitely can there. I think even Thea had a couple of clutch rounds early on in this game to be able to get the ball rolling for FlyQuest, because both of these maps as well also started with Ghost going off to an early run, winning the first 3 rounds. It was looking maybe a little bit grim for them, but I think FlyQuest were consistently able to find the right answers out from them You know, if this team starts winning pistol rounds, I don't know how you beat them.
I think it's also insane too. Ev has 5 first kills. I just noticed that on the scoreboard, but 5 first kills as a Fade is kind of insane. But I think that really shows on that defensive side how phenomenal Ev was at being able to just hold and use that util to delay for so long.
Yeah, really impressive stuff on both maps from Ev, and that's why I'm so glad we get to talk to them. We've got Ev ready for the Verizon post-match interview. Always nice to get to have a chat here. And Ev, first of all, you qualified to the main event, so congratulations.
Thanks.
You did
Thanks
the thing.
for having me.
Yeah. I'd love to ask now that you have qualified, and you know you've been into plenty of main events now. How do you sort of rate your team's performance and your level now through the Swiss stage, since it maybe took you a little bit longer than usual?
Honestly, so far we haven't been playing as consistent as we should be. So, a bit of a sloppy Swiss stage, to be honest with you. Not as clean as we wanted it to be, or it should have been, but happens. End of the day. Still made it. Still made it.
Yeah, it's always good to get losses in because you do tend to learn from them. And I feel like knowing you guys have always done a really good job at learning from mistakes. So I think we're chilling for this for right now. But a big question for you, Ev, is with the Neon nerfs, how have you and the team kind of figured out how you want to play these comps, especially when Edith is switching off to different duelists every single time?
Oh my god, it's a blessing. I hated Neon. Our team hated Neon. Eden hates Neon. Oh, now Eden gets to thrive in their prime agents. We're just gonna get way better with no Neon.
Yeah. Well, what do you think your focus is going to be in preparation from now leading up until the main event? Is there more things you need to work out in terms of comps and stuff, or just other things as a team?
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit of everything. It's gonna be different now with no Neon, so we're just gonna have to run through everything.
Yeah, definitely. How about your individual performance too? You were just absolutely frying today. What happened?
Good day. Good days happen. Lucky day,
That's
guys.
it?
Lucky day.
Ev, you gotta give us more. What
Man.
the heck?
I want some of that
It's
luck.
so fun watching you play. Like, you're insane.
I think throughout all of Swiss stage, I've been having some confidence issues, but I'm definitely getting past it the more I play. So I'm back. I forgot I was goated. I just forgot. I'm back.
Okay, well, don't forget, because you're absolutely insane. Your util usage has been phenomenal. You were the main reason we were talking about FlyQuest's win. We were like, this is honestly a lot of it was Ev. But one more question from me. I don't know if Ender has any more, but you guys, your map pool has been pretty solid. We didn't get to see your Ascent, which I was really excited for. But how do you guys feel now that Bind is gone? Because you used to play that a lot, and Ascent is back in the pool. Have you guys been scrimming that? Do you feel like you guys are in a good spot with your map pool? What's that looking like?
Yeah, I think our map pool is looking a lot better than it was before. And we have been scrimming Ascent a bit, so I'm not too worried about it. I think we just need more time. The more we play, the more we'll improve at it.
Fair enough. I'm excited to see you all in the main event. My last question is, this is my pitch for FlyQuest's new mascot. Okay, you can have like the FlyQuest leaf here. Would you sign him?
I'm signing him all day. All day I'm signing him.
Huge.
All day.
Oh my God, he fell down.
Oh
hey,
no.
And then check this out too. Check this out.
Oh, there's two
Whoa,
of them.
he's
It's
got
both
another.
teams.
Yeah.
Redhead,
They are
Calico.
very impressed with FlyQuest's
All day.
performance today. So good work. And thank you very much for the interview. Ev, congratulations, and we'll see you in the main event.
Thank you guys so much.
All right. Well, we got the seal of approval. Do you also
Yep.
approve, Athena?
I approve, especially the
Amazing.
green side. Looks great.
Yeah,
to me.
the face on the green side is crazy. I gotta, come on. I
It's
mean,
so cute.
yeah. The good thing is this little guy, he's always happy. No matter the good plays,
True.
bad games, everything. It's always a good
teammate.
time. Yeah, the best teammate. Anyways, we're gonna step away for a quick break. We've got more Valorant coming up on the other side of this one, so we'll see you in a few.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everybody. After we just saw FlyQuest advance into the main event, we now have the unfortunate duty of eliminating a team today. It's cutthroat here, Athena. You can't send everyone in to the main event. There's only so many spots. So our next two teams, Mask and Monarch, have been fighting it out, and they both currently sit at 2 and 3 in the standings. Monarch coming off of a couple of tough losses. And Mask just dropped to Sen Otters a moment ago.
Yeah, I think both these teams, they're definitely fighting for their lives. And I think what's kind of nice to see is that they're both newer rosters, newer iterations of players that are coming into Game Changers. So it's really sad to see them go. But of course, they're not going to go without a fight. Both these teams, they fought pretty tooth and nail. You're talking about that fall to Sen Otters, but actually one of those games was overtime. So for Mask actually went to overtime in one of their maps. So it's not like they're not fighting through this bracket. They really are. But of course, this will be their last challenge to make sure that they're staying into this. And then they'll have one more BO3 after that. But if you're looking at this, we're in that part at the 2-3 mark with the BO3s. We're going to be watching Monarch XGC versus Mask Treasure today.
Yeah, and that'll be a fun one, right? Of course, like you just said, they don't qualify by winning this one. They'll have to win this and another one after that to keep on staying in it. But now that you're looking at, well, there's still going to be a Ghost Gaming they'd have to potentially face down in the next round. There's a lot going on here. That means the stakes are just a little bit extra high for these teams. Some players that you'll recognize as well, I think, once we end up getting into that side. But it's wild that we've already seen some teams go, and we are going to get a chance to look at Monarch now. I do believe Biffy will be playing for them today, so a little bit of a change up if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you are correct.
All right, thank you for reaffirming that. I started doubting myself instantly. And can I just say, I'm so glad that we have not just a cat, but I think is that a cheetah? Is that a leopard?
Perhaps
a leopard?
A snow leopard from Blair. I think that's awesome.
God.
You know what's crazy is Blair actually is their Senti player. So I think being a snow leopard, it has your advantages because you can definitely anchor on the site with those giant paws. But you're also looking at players like Chi Yu, who is an initiator, previously played for Tenax GC. And then, of course, Fate, who is the IGL, plays a lot of duelists, which I think is one of the hardest roles to be IGL on because you're constantly going in. You need to ask for help from the rest of your teammates. Willow, who's on this roster that I don't have any notes on because I'm a silly girl. And then Simulacra, who is their controller. But I think Willow is the player that Biffy will be subbing in for today, playing as that fill role, flexing on whatever they need to play.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I've been informed that these are the names of the people in the lobby currently, so we're just going to go ahead and wait and see what we end up getting. They might have had to do some stuff at the last moment, but that's all right. I did want to ask you, have you ever played a game IGLing from the duelist position, or did you never even play duelist?
Oh wow. I don't think I did. I did play duelist at the beginning of my career, believe it or not, but I never IGL from that position. It's just so hard because you're instantly in all of the action. You're constantly that first player. The only advantage that it does have is if you are that first player to fall, then you have a lot of dead comms that you're able to do to set the team up for success. But of course, you're still planning a lot of the strategies around yourself. It's a little bit harder to zoom out and see what's going on the map because you have to be focused on your crosshair. But Fate, they've been phenomenal at doing that, being that IGL, being able to play the duelist as well, especially because they are that double duelist. They like to play a lot of this double duelist with Korra, who I'm not sure if they're playing today or not, but constantly having those comps where two players are fighting at the front lines together. It's been really nice to see from them.
Let's go ahead and see who's playing for Mask on the other side of things. You got them all dropping down here. And Athena, while you had the personal connection to the first match today with FlyQuest, of course, playing, I actually believe Logic played for me with Teddy Tactics for a little bit right at the end of the Teddy Tactics run. And I can promise you that Logic is a shooter, a complete beast with the rifle. Like, just a player that you could always rely on to dominate individually, but also brought a lot of interesting macro ideas to the team as well. So I'm excited to see this Max team work today.
That's awesome. I think for me, when I'm looking at this team, I'm looking at a lot of firepower too, because we have Swerve, who's on that Neon, previously played on Silly Shooters. But what's interesting is Rotten and Zoe also played on Silly Shooters. So this is a core that have played together a lot before in the past. And then when you're looking at a player like Zoe, who was playing for so long, I'm pretty sure they played in 2021. They played on it for Challengers 2 to qualify, which is really cool. And then to round out the roster, we have Snowy, who is on that flex. They've played Tejo a lot, but also tend to play the duelist. So this roster looking really nice. And of course, you have a couple veterans, you have a couple players who have a lot of that experience, and then 3 fresh players that we haven't seen that much of in Game Changers.
All right, well, we're going to be breezing through things here, so let's go ahead and pull up the maps and see where we are headed for our series today. Going to be kicking it off on Lotus. That's going to be Mox's pick. Then we've got Split and Pearl. So a new map to start it off, but then repeats of our first series, Athena.
Yeah, this first map is really interesting, actually, because both these teams have played it quite a bit. They've both played it at least 3 or 4 times. Mox picking this is interesting because they have gone 2-2, so they only have a 50% win rate on this so far, at least this year. And they did used to play the Neon on it, so that's another question, is if we're going to see that Neon change from this team. But then on the other side, for Mass, they have played this before, and they've played this with the ISO Neon as well. They do have a little bit of a better record, 2-1, meaning they haven't lost as many times, but that does mean they haven't played it as much. For Mox, I'm wondering if they've changed something up in order to pick this map to make them really confident going into it instead of getting that Haven in.
Yeah, well, this was the map that Mask just had that insane 17-15 OT on versus Sen Otter.
Yes.
So maybe they're just, hey, we have extra eyes on multiple OT rounds, and maybe they just think they know how Mask think on this map. You might want to have some antis ready to go and prep against them. They did have, 4 or 5 days to, study their opponents before heading into this one.
I guess you could say the mask is off for them. Maybe they saw under the mask, perhaps. They've
You
seen
could say all those things. You could say all those things. And you know what? I hope you continue. I like we've hit some silliness today, which I always appreciate. But of course, for these teams, things not going to be so silly. Elimination on the line for these teams trying to stick around and stay in the Swiss stage. The comps are in, and Mask will be pivoting away from the Neon. Swerve will lock the Rays instead.
Yeah, and Monarch on the same wavelength on that other side. Blair actually going to be playing the Waylay, so also switching off of that Neon for both these sides. I think this makes a lot of sense. I think for me, I'm always leaning a little bit more towards that Raze because of the util usage, especially with that fade. The tether nade is so nice for getting information on your defensive side, setting up little trap plays where you can play off of each other, and then on the attack, just being able to execute and use that to clear a lot of sites. But I think what's really interesting here for me, Ender, is the double ISO. I feel like this meta is pretty cool, and I really like seeing the ISO using their ults to get a lot of those 1v1s and be able to clear a whole lane of the site by using that.
Yeah, there's so much power in that. I think also for Monarch having the ISO when, Zoe's going to be wanting to have some opportunities to run the op on the chamber on the other side is also very powerful. Just being able to eat up at least one shot from that, force Zoe away from a line. So I really like that. One thing I am interested by is there's not going to be a lot of undercut value, I think, in this game from Monarch, right? I think the vulnerability can apply to Swerve's paint shells on the other side, but maybe a little bit more of a stall tool on this one as opposed to having fight combos that you'd sometimes see from other teams that run the ISO.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think for me, the other big question I just realized I had was the lack of Vipers as well. Normally with the lack of Viper, you have the Neon that you can use that wall to execute into sight, but now there's no Vipers on either side. So it's looking like this is going to be a little bit more of an explosive game because we're going to be seeing past a lot of these angles and able to fight for mains a lot more easily. But we're in this pistol round here. 3 of these players on Mask ready to use that tether nade combo right away, unless that's a haunt, and fight for this C-long push.
That is going to be a haunt on the first one, pinging just a single player. The MOX are going to have to work back towards the chamber side of the map. Actually, changing their minds, maybe looking for the refight. Let's see how much utility they actually want to invest here when the smoke fades away. Saturate to lead it off, and the undercut, as Blair decides against sticking around. And yeah, MOX are just going to try and abandon this area entirely, realizing how many players are on this side of the map. They're going to run towards A.
Yeah, and there's nothing holding this A except for a chamber trip and Zoe holding this down. They do have those bullets, though, in that Sheriff trying to get one sneaky pick, but the whole roster of Mask has already rotated to this A site.
Yeah, the door being closed permanently makes it a lot easier for MOX to hold on to this post plant. They fight very far forward. Blair here just looking to find someone's head. As the paranoia pushes away the teammates, Blair is there, and Blair is down, as a matter of fact. It's surprising, as now another player steps up. MOX are a little bit fighting individually, and that's because 2 players have been pushed off from the site. Were separated from their teammates, unable to support. That's going to mean that Mask just get onto the spike and hold it down. 4 players survive here on very limited HP, mind you, but a pistol round all the same.
Yeah, Mask being really proactive there. Zoe playing it really well, playing all the way back, knowing that they can't really go for a fight, dropping that numbers and giving the site up completely. So able to call that rotate in a lot quicker. They started it off pretty strong already under getting a lot of that information towards C, using that nade, using that util to kind of make sure that no one can take that fight. And I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot more of that from Mass. They tended to do that a lot towards that Sen Otter game, just being a little bit more aggressive, trying to get that information. They're opting to do it again this round, and MOX, they're going to be faced by this.
Once again, the same pattern. Blair had the force up of the Outlaw, but doesn't find any shots. And so early control from the defense side. MOX is correctly looking towards the weaker area on B, but it's always a concern here because the tap of the door can just open up the players to their flank. This pop could be scary in just a moment. Tapping the door actually invites the reclear from the defense side, and Chiu's gonna, well, not quite live to regret it because they're already down, and now the push in from the other extremities too. Both A and C side sprinting on in. Mask not letting MOX breathe at all. A flawless start to the second round.
Yeah, that spike being dropped there, really nice crunch, and honestly, MOX invited Mask in, like you said. They were so ready for that and completely prepared. I think so far I'm really liking the way that they're playing around this map, playing aggressive or at least strong towards that C side and B side, being able to capitalize on those kind of trap plays or fast rotates should they need it, just leaving Zoe alone on an island on that A side. But going into this next round, a little bit of a tech pause. But we have 3 rifles on the side of MOX. They're obviously going to go into that buy and be able to play it really well. And then on Mass, they're keeping that bonus, trying to get as many guns down as possible. So it's going to be really nice when we see Zoe with that Outlaw trying to get a couple picks or at least as much damage as possible. Because again, Ender, there's no Viper Wall from either of these teams.
Yeah, that's a big thing we have to talk about. I was told that we are having some player lag problems. That's why we're taking the brief tech pause here. But that gives us a chance to talk about, I think, how MOX is supposed to play this attack side without a Viper, and also specifically because Mask's comp, they have the chamber for controlling one side, and then are seemingly always going to be fighting as a pack pretty aggressively with their raise ISO fade.
Yeah, and I think it's hard when you just fast rotate off of that too. They can't really find the right timings. They do have a vice to be able to stop the flanks, but it still means that at some point they will have to contest that aggro fight and be able to shut it down to at least push them back so they don't have full information at the beginning of the round.
Oh man, Blair on 10 HP and Rotten steps up the Outlaw Marshall combo to pick off the enemy duelist. Luckily, Fate is still there, so throws out the push wall to buy some purchase back onto this C site. Mask have pushed 3 players all the way through A. that heavy fight will end up running into a Vise wall guarding the flank. And MOX are going to have to make some big decisions off of that information to fight on in there. Nice shot from Zoe. And now MOX, where do they go from here? They're kind of punched in on two different angles. Monarch in a brutal position. It's just Simulacra left, and not even for that long. Every single match we've cast today so far, Athena, has been a 3-0 start. Our team's converting their bonus rounds.
Yeah, we need to study these bonus rounds because they're also really, really good. Not only at getting the picks and trading that round every single time, but they almost have 3 or 4 majority of the team alive at the end of the round, so they can actually capitalize off of that economy, keeping those weapons to themselves. It's really nice to see. Again, this is the team on Mass side that took Otters to an overtime 17-15. It's going to be really interesting to see how MOX kind of adapt to this. But on this side, Swerve now with that Odin holding it down towards that A side. And MOX, they're just going to try to go for the C fight once again, but they're going to be met by this Outlaw.
This time there's no one-way thrown from Mass. That's the difference. And, well, one bullet was tanked up by the ISO shield. The other goes straight into Blair's chest. 10 HP remain on the Waylay. Now a crossfire to convert back into. Teleport away as Mask choose not to box themselves into the corner. Now with the shotgun, diving into the site is so difficult, but they might still try when the smoke clears.
I think cutting noise here is a really good thing because they're just holding, trying to see if there's any re-aggression and not giving it away. But as I say that, they start to execute.
Now they step in. Only one player though. Blair's just sending it on virtually non-existent HP. Good utility. Try and isolate the fights. I think on a round where there's some guns available, it might make a difference. But on one like this, Rotten will just sit you down. The ace out of the Omen to keep this ball rolling.
Hey, an ace is an ace. Okay, doesn't matter if it's on an eco. That still means that your positioning is really good. The util and of course the mechanics are there. Really well played by Rotten. And for MOX at this point, I mean, I would be taking a timeout to kind of understand what we could do. And as I say that, the timeout does come in because they need to talk about how they're going to contest this aggression using at least that fade tether or an omen blind, or being able to kind of use the waylay in a way that they're able to get all the way up but refract without dying. It's really hard. And I think their answer kind of lies within the util. It has to be either that ISO push wall or the haunt, or just a combination of all these things that they have on their util side, because they're getting punished so hard, Ender, and it's not looking too good. They're not able to get any of that aggression. They're not able to get any of the map control. The most they've gotten is on that pistol round where they had the front B control, but tapping that door invited all of Mask in to kind of get the trade. So now maybe we're going to see something towards that A site now that they know that they've been playing it a little bit weaker. They got onto the C site the one round that Mask was playing it weak side, but the retake was just so good. It was there. It was on their bonus, so they just managed to close it out for them. But man, this is a little bit hard, and I think setting someone up and being able to deposit them towards that rubble to just be a menace might be one of the main things too to look for here.
If I remember right, this is something that you and Imi were talking about on the desk, like, was it yesterday or 2 days ago? Like, playing without the Viper, like, you need to be attacking Rubble early on because it's so hard to step back into the space. And I think you're seeing why that's important in a match like this. MOX have not really been playing with much map control. And this round as well, trying to activate up B. An early Nightfall will slow them down, but I think Monarch had ideas to maybe pivot back C anyways, but the rotates are coming in really quickly. Feels a little bit laggy out from Monarch, not committing into any side just yet. And now just, I suppose, taking Orb to give Fate the ultimate. Going for the kidnap. That, of course, will bring Fate up to full HP. It's an honest duel in the pit, and that's the way to get back into the round. Not punished at all, and there's no follow-up fighting into sand.
Rotating all the way towards that A. The rotates are so fast, though, from Mask. We've said this before. That door is not going to be broken just yet, but the whole site is open. They just don't know it yet for Monarch.
Monarch working their way in, but the retake could come in pretty quickly.
30 seconds left.
No real ultimates to work off massively, and now as Snowy is going to drop it. Swerve, Odin in hand, trying to satchel in this site. Pulls out a Nightfall from Chiyu. Mask needs something big here to keep the perfect game going. Hold on, it's a full defuse, and Logic Run just win out 1v2s on opposite ends.
Oh my god, that was actually insane. The confidence in sticking that and being able to get that retake was actually really nice. And Rotten, 10-0 ender. This player has been going off this game. They did not come here to get eliminated today. They're here to play. And that was kind of just a little glimpse at how good they've been playing so far in this Swiss stage. But now, MOX, man, they really struggled. They had all the right reads. They got the ping pongs. They pulled the rotates. They got the site, but that post plant just fell apart right at the end.
Well, it's over to the Rebel fight. MOX changed their tune, but it's also round with 5 Sheriffs. I suppose the good news is Zoe's on 49 HP. Bad news is, Rotten, she's already over towards this A site. That scoreline absolutely menacing. Fate was getting real active going up the zip line. And the paranoia at the ready. Hard to play off that with a good counter paranoia from Rotten. And now the one-on-one. Fate choosing to step into that one and will be shut out of it. Snowy will take them out. Now Mask work back into the site. These satchels here, and the Odin as well. Is Swerve ever going to let go of the trigger? I don't even think so. Come on. Unloading all 100 bullets. Just having some fun out there.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit like a steamroll here. Monarch, they really need to get back on the same page because so many of those fights, yes, it was an eco, but so many of those fights could have been had together with a partner peeking simultaneously or 3-2-1ing those swings. Just a little bit hard for them, but I think now is the time they need to come back into this. It is a rifle round. They only have the Omen ult, which isn't going to be that much to work with, but they can fight for this Rebel. They're on the right side this time. It is the weak side. So are they going to be able to get onto site and play maybe a little bit aggressive in their post plants to punish those really fast rotations?
It's the weak side, but the weak side also has an operator. Oh, nearly takes some hair off the top of Fate's head on the jump peak, but Zoe will fall away. And, okay, Willow's just trading out on B, and this fight forward continues. Monarch's plan is just fight, 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 advance on in, flipping the map as they take control towards spawn. And after MOX deliver the first death to Logic, they're going to need to give Rotten her own first death as well to win this round. Snowy shield. Best Blair. But Fate's position is nice. Tucked underneath Heaven. And Snowy is clearing that? Come on! Mask now into the site. Pressure onto the spike. Swerve's Odin is still there and is never letting go. It's brutal.
That round was the closest again that Monarchs has gotten to having a really good round and being able to finally convert into one win under their belt. But the retake was so nice. Swerve popping that ult, being able to get that result around that corner of pit and clear under Heaven, and just at the same time Snowy clearing it together. The timing was really nice there. And again, this beast of Rotten, 11-0. The final boss has not fallen yet, but Monarchs, that's not going to make them back down from this A main fight. They know there might be an operator here once again. They're opting to take this slow and contact in.
Zoe's kind of out a little wider than you normally expect. Benefit of playing the chamber. It's access to all of these off angles. There you have it. The ISO shield is used well, and Monarch know they can usually accelerate into A. They're mixing it up this time, though, breaking down the door and opening up a B site post plant. Now in this post plant, they're going to have access to a steel garden, and Fate loves to take these early fights. No, Swerve is right on the other side, but the paint shells mean they can't stick around for long. There's going to be pressure coming in as soon as this door is open as well. Snowy taps that, and Logic is ready for it in an instant. Mask light up the kill feed, and Fate on 11 HP takes the one-on-one, but even if you get that kill, you're a sitting duck out on site. trying to take as much time as possible, and Fate is going to come straight back into Snowy's waiting arms. The round belongs again to Mask.
I feel like Monarchs, they're on the right track. They're getting the spike down now at least, and being able to get into these post-hunt positions. This was the closest round they've had all game. A 1v1 at the end. Yes, the ISO ult was a little bit of a struggle to come back out of for Fate, but still, the idea is there, and I think now they're finally starting to adapt here. Being able to get that information, push the chamber back off the line, and then re-hit towards that B, or at least split onto a site where they know that Mask is either rotating off of or rotating through to try to get those picks. I do want to see a little bit more from Willow on the Vice, being able to lurk and get some rotations caught off guard at least, because that's going to be the real reason why they put a pin in their rotations and be able to fight it.
Oh no. Yeah, Mask for the first time ever are advancing for this Rebel fight, and actually for the first time, Willow, there's 2 kills. Ask and you shall receive. Monarch in a 3-on-2 now. They killed Rotten for the first time in the previous round, and this time hearing that Omen's ult instantly hit the brakes. She could be anywhere. Where do they go from here? Prowling back towards B. Instantly, Zoe adjusts to the information. Actually, Masker just hard reading this pivot. 2 rounds in a row. And there Zoe is. Bringing it to even. Remember, Monarch think Rotten could be anywhere on the map right now. Would they expect her to be directly behind their chamber that's just charging into the site? And it'll be Willow, 3 kills into the round, taking the first for Monarch.
I talked about Willow getting those picks, and they really proved it that round. Being able to get that front B pick and also set the team up for success for coming back into that B. I think this was a really nice round from MOX, and I think this is what we were talking about, where they need to change it up just a little bit, making sure they're playing a little bit more aggressive, finding where they're fighting and not being scared to fight back, but then also pivoting in the mid round to be able to get that spike down. And now they're going to be in a bloodbath towards this long C for the first time in a while here, Ender.
Yeah, the first early rounds looked like this, but it has been a while. Mask trying to mix it up as Monarch might just wait for the smoke to fall and then look for the quick reclear. Haunt in, and now the dive up and backwards. That leaves Fate out in the open. No one else is there to actually trade. Kind of got sold out a little bit there on the ISO, as the rest of the team decided better of it. Don't know if there was counter utility or whatnot, but now they're going to run straight into the chamber. Good utility. Spot Zoe with the Prowler. Sends the chamber back into the A site, but it seems so early on that already Mask have started shifting their entire squad onto the A side. Zoe's still alive behind the tree, and on the stinger of all things, takes out 2. Willow dominated in the previous round, but now in the 1-on-4 will not be able to do a thing. Rotten brings Mask up to 9.
Zoe's positioning that round was absolutely phenomenal. That was the main reason why that round was won. Not only were they able to get 2 in tree, but in the beginning of that round, getting such a deep line towards A, almost having all of Rebel if they wanted to. Not even getting that first pick, but then re-peeking through the smoke in order to guarantee that this team is coming out, and getting that contact and relaying that information was so nice to watch. Falling back into that tree was also a very good setup. But again, this C fight, seems like Monarchs hasn't really figured out how they want to do it yet, leaving Fate out in the open that last round to take that fight by themselves. But immediately the ping pong comes in and they're going towards the safe side.
New angle from Zoe is deadly to the extreme, and Blair even was chopped down to 31 health. Even through a wall or something. Still though, shotgun in hand. Can do some damage. Nice work from Fate, but we're dying to the boom bot. Oh no, and now Zoe connects on the other end of things. Zoe has 3 kills here. That's gotta sting. I think Fate missed the shot onto the shield.
Last round,
and in doing so, opened himself up straight for the boombot kill.
Yeah, that was tiny bit unfortunate, but man, do Mask look good. It feels like all their little micro decisions on everything that they're doing around the map, as well as even when they're gambling towards those fights, is so nice to watch. Their tempo has been phenomenal. And again, this is Monarch's map pick, and they're struggling this hard on their attack. It's not looking good. But we're going to see Zoe with the SOP again, setting up towards that deep A line. Han is not going to grab her, but she does get to TP back to site.
This time, no dice. And the door opens. Spike is front B. Willow's just stepping into that one. Again, I think Monarch have not had the support behind these opening duels, but as the pinch comes into B, it shows up in a big way. Mask trying to frantically show up onto this site as Logic crushes back in main, and now on site on the other side of the smoke. Blair whips around and lays out Rotten. Zoe has now come all the way around the world. Oh my word, what is going on? Claims control over the spike, switches back into the operator. Hilarity ensues for the Red Bull clutch.
What a round. That was so scary for Zoe for a second, whiffing a couple of those headhunter shots, but it's okay because the clutch came in. What a crazy round. Both these teams so proactive. Monarchs, they got the information, they fell back towards that B split, but as they were B splitting, Mask decided to trap play and crunch onto that front B, which then they crunched back into Mask. It was kind of an insane round. But it's okay, because Monarch here, they really need to win this pistol. It is so important for them to get back on track and have a hope at winning out this match. 11-1 is such a hard scoreline to come back to, and this pistol is the most important part. They're opting to fight towards this long C. They're not holding back.
Oh no. Zoe already got the first one. And Mask were just waiting for it in its entirety. Monarch had even tried to push a couple players out front B. That didn't go well for them either. They tried to pull something out of nowhere on this pistol round, but it gets instantly shut down. Logic secures the 3K. Just continues to run away with this thing.
Yeah, this is hard for Monarchs now. They have to force, they have to put everything they have into this round, which isn't a lot. They're not going to have that much util. They're not going to have that much firepower in terms of weapons. 2 Stingers on the side of MOX, but they need to figure out a plan here. And it looks like just for now, they're opting to do this 4-1 towards B, trying to fight forward and at least get those trades in.
But look at the hold. Snowy's in a great spot for this, and Swerve is right around the corner as well to swing out and punish. Dodges away from the paranoia, and Snowy has her teammates back. The first pick again goes Mask's way. The early control there on full display. Even have Zoe stealing up forward on A to not again. We have not gotten 2 Boombot kills in one map in 14 rounds. We haven't done it. It isn't happening. Close your eyes, people. This is not real. Maybe Willow can try and write the course of this ridiculous comedy cruise ship. As the fight up from Swerve will go straight into Simulacra. 3-on-3 now. The force means that Monarch still have a shot in this round, but with all of Mask bundled up in tree, stacking up on top of one another, Monarch needs to go at this together. They're giving 1-by-1 fights over. We're not expecting that 3-stack. Willow clutched up to win the sole round of this map for Monarch, but now with 3 standing in their way, Mask will cruise through this one. 13-1. It's over.
Yeah, that was a rough game for Monarchs. And for me, I'm looking at this next map if I was them. I need to have a mental reset because
I wouldn't look at the last map, that's for sure.
Yeah, I would not look at the last map. I'd move on to this next one because fortunately that was Monarch's map pick on that Lotus. They thought they had something figured out. But man, Mask just really had a solid ending to that one.
Yeah, well, we do have a break coming up, and don't step away for too long because we might be into the thick of things when we return. Well, if you went out for a long dinner after the first series and come back now, you might think we're getting ready to start the first map. But in reality, we're getting ready for the second. Mask just dominated 13-1 Athena. And I think, like you were saying, it's good to just ignore that last map for Monarch. Let's talk about what was going well for Mask. And I think a lot of that was just the individual talent on full display. You can see it there, 11-3 in terms of first kills.
Yeah, I think they were doing a phenomenal job at working the map. It felt like they had a really good understanding of how they wanted to rotate after their aggression, which was really important, especially because they don't have a Viper. They didn't have like a real Senti. They only had the Chamber. The delay was long enough for them to be able to rotate, but they also had really good protocols to rotate really quick. So just a mini example is the way that they fight towards that long C with 3 players. They fall back, they rotate instantly through spawn and through B to get onto that A site the second that Zoe on that chamber has seen anyone. And it just allows for them to have such a fluid hold on whatever they're doing on that defensive half. And I think as well, huge props to Rotten for going 10-0. I think they didn't drop a single death until they had at least 10 or 11 kills, which is kind of insane. And I think just as a team, their macro is so good.
Yeah, I mean, it was absolutely on point. They didn't really have to change their plans too often. It was a lot of on defense just dominating the fights over Mound, and they had like a couple of good ideas to like pivot up, and whether that was like re-clearing out front B in the mid rounds where they were just crushing Monarch consistently, or even some of the more aggro looks towards A. I think just everything was kind of working out for them. And in the strange event that they weren't doing well at the beginning, well, then the retakes were going to be there. So it's time to stop talking about Lotus. Let's look ahead to Split. Are there any threads of hope that we can pull on now to reset for Monarch?
For me, the reason why Mask picked this map is because it is their map. This is their best map. They've gone 4-0 on this map. They haven't lost it a single time so far, at least this year. They did play the Neon on it, so they will be switching off of that based on what we've seen. But for Monarch, they've played Split 6 times. They've won it twice, which means there is still a sliver of hope. But I do really think they need to focus on how they're going to be playing around the aggression that Mask is bringing, especially now that they have the momentum from that first game. You know they're going to be overconfident and just peeking every angle they can.
Yeah, the players on this Mask team are not ones to shy away from a fight, that's for sure.
Yeah.
We'll see what comps end up looking like in a post-Neon world for them as well. But I think Split is a map that a lot of times can favor some defensive side aggression. Maybe not the full sprint all the way down at you, but so often you'll see those fights to catch out lurkers in the A main or B main space, or just those all-out brawls down mid. So Monarch are certainly going to be on their toes, and also just trying to recover mentally after that tough opener.
Yeah, the mental is going to be the biggest thing here. They cannot come into it with that attitude of, oh man, we just got slammed. They just need to reset. Just pretend it was a warm-up game that didn't go too good, and that's fine, because we're going to go into this. This is going to be the first round of their BO3 for them in their mindset, at least, and they need to figure out how they want to trade off of each other. I think that's the most important. But for me, I'm also going to be looking at the agent select here, because I think that's super important. Mask choosing to keep the Neon, which I think is crazy because they also have a Clove. So to be clear, the last times they've played this map, they've played Neon, Omen, Sky, Taeho, and Viper. So they've chosen to get rid of the Taeho for a Clove.
You know what? I think this is something... My bold take, I think they did this on the spot after map 1. Ooh. That's my honest opinion. Like, the Clove is such an ego pick here. But we'll see if it comes out to play for them. It's interesting too to see Rotten, you know, on the Vise here on this map. Of course, we just had a map of crushing on the Omen. It also has been Rotten playing the Omen previously on this map, so it's major changes coming in from this team.
I do think if I'm Monarch, I am now fully prepped and geared to understand that Mask will be playing aggressively with that Neon, with that Clove. Being able to trade off of each other alongside Logic on the Sky is going to be so important for Mask. That's their winning condition. But the good thing is that Monarch's comp actually does counter a lot of aggression with that Fade, with that Raze, being able to get info from the Roomba, as well as a lot of that Fade and Raze nade tether. I almost slipped up on that one. That was crazy to say. And being able to deny a lot of that information, but also being able to speed up in really good circumstances here. They have the double satchel able to go, and the rest of the team looks like they're going to be able to follow, because they're starting right off the bat in a 4-1. Sorry, make that 5-0. Willow putting that wall down series just to deny any of those super fast flanks. And it's going to be really interesting to see how they start this off, and if their aggression is going to pay off. As I say that, they're holding passively, because like I said, Mask, their comp is so good at being aggressive, and they have so much confidence from that last game.
Yeah, Monarch, wait out for just a moment. Now can work on in. This Viper wall does have a gap on it on ramp, but that's not going to cost them just yet. I'm concerned, though. Mask have already moved 3 people in through vents. They are completely prepared for this fight. There's even a Vise wall here. Early procced on that one. Maybe Mask revealing their hands. Both walls come down. It's a boost up over the wall. Logic is there to trade, but Fate secures a couple of their own. Bit of a mess there on ramps. As now Monarch set their eyes on the site itself. Wall must have been tripped on the lurk coming in too. No, it's so shallow as a matter of fact. Swerve, though, will be turned around on and taken out of the equation. So now Monarch can make that long sprint over towards the B site.
Yeah, that was so chaotic, but the op to kind of slow down and just hold. Splitting up here might not be the best, but making all this noise from Fate, getting onto B is actually going to pull those two rotates over here under. And a free orb. I think they take those.
Yeah, it ends up working. Fate was on 22 HP, so even though Monarch had the numbers advantage, they're willing to sort of throw them out there to sell the fake and even get a bonus orb. Now you're going to have that late lurk through mid. It's a very safe plant, though, is the only problem, because they weren't convinced necessarily they were safe from heaven. So that late lurk from Fate might not actually have the best angle to work off of. These opening kills are going to be big. If Mask can get them quickly, Fate is in a really tough position. But a good tether will halt Mask for a moment. Now Chiyu steps up into the swing. And Smolkra is alone as well. It's a good paranoia, but no one to swing off of those shots. Now Fate on 22 health. It's not planted for the Vise. And the smoke, it's already being stuck. Dab, no way! Just blind through the smoke, but it's returned instantly. Of course, Rotten will get it done. And after it all, Mask went out in the 2-on-3 to take this pistol.
Monarchs, they were so close to getting that. Every single thing that they did after that initial fight actually went really well. Getting Fate on that lurk was really nice on the fast flank, being able to hold from a different position in that post plant. But the problem was the fact that they just didn't fight that elbow site together. Knowing that they had Omen Paranoia, they definitely should have had some sort of crossfire off contact with the Paranoia or swinging together. It was a 2v2 on site. Unfortunately, they did lose that out, but they are forced to be on an eco here. I say that, but they've got these stingers in hand as well, an outlaw. Farming that orb, definitely one of the best things you can do when you're on a low buy. And Mask, they're not looking to be too over aggressive, just holding because they know that they have the better weapons in this situation.
Yeah, Fate could have a Steel Garden in round 2 after losing pistol. Just needs to secure this orb in B main. That might be what Monarchs were forcing up around.
Yeah, maybe.
Thinking if they can get this ultimate online, they can swing this game back in their favor, and that's exactly what they're doing. Fate's going to pick that one up, but I think all these players are going to be out of range of the Steel Garden anyways, trying to flood into the site. Crazy pathing from Zoe just to be there, and Snowy just swings out from the smoke. Unexpected as Swerve now enters into the fray. It is a mess, and Mask are solving it by throwing bodies at the problem. Now Monarch, not only have they lost this round after forcing up, but they also threw that early ultimate into the mix to just add insult to injury.
Yeah, that was actually insane because Mask had unintentionally perfectly countered what MOX was trying to do. Snowy playing off of that site, playing in B heaven, the whole time, just holding, knowing that if they do execute, they could just play retake and flood back in with the rest of their team. And it worked out because that Steel Garden went down and they knew exactly how to play around it. They just waited for it to go off, and as soon as it was done, they went back in. But now, an actual thrifty coming in from MOX. They're opting to play towards this mid. 3 towards here, but Swerve is holding this angle.
We'll shy away from it. Line up with their teammate. Looking a little high-low on the stairs.
Scout destroyed.
And Monarchs don't really capitalize off the paint shells at all, just accept a little bit of chip damage. Trading out on both fronts. Willow has been able to work up onto ramp and will end up spotting this Vise wall, just like on the pistol. Really taking their time, but I think that was just through a smoke down bottom mid. Full guesswork from Logic, but it doesn't even matter. Pretty honorable from Logic to bring a Sheriff into this round when that's all Monarchs can buy on the other side. I appreciate it. And even then, still getting the best of their opponents and managing to even it out there as well. I'm worried about this A site, Athena.
Yeah, they're hitting right into all that Vice util. And that's going to be the first thing of contact for them.
And Willow is waiting behind the wall up in heaven. Exactly right. Now with Rotten down, all the utility turned offline, an easy plant to be found from Monarch. But they've lost a 2v3 position in this exact same spot before, and this time it's Logic for a third. On for an ace, actually. Upgrading from the Bulldog, and now trying to work back in. Both these players have sheriffs, but full armor from the mask members is deadly. Zoe's gonna need to do this on their own. Wrapping all the way around. Has time to play with. And switching to the Outlaw, only one bullet in the tank. Has to be quick with it, and will be. The quick switch onto the spike now. Sticking it over to half. How far are they willing to go? Zoe comes out around the corner and now needs to get back on it, but doesn't have all the time in the world, was going for the full stick. And Chiyu will feast and find Monarch's first kill.
Monarchs finally getting that round under their belt, and it was off of a thrifty. And honestly, the way they played it was really nice. Blair, of course, getting those 2 picks in mid was absolutely one of the main reasons why they won that in the mid round. But what I like to see was Fate using that Vice Flash and peeking together with their teammate on site. That's exactly what I wanted from them from that pistol round and from that second round, making sure that they're just trading and in really nice positions to do so. But now they have the rifles. Both these teams do, though. Swerve with that Odin, the Neon Odin that we've seen so many times today to enable a push.
Oh, Fate! How about that? Quick on the transfer. Way to just take the advantage there for Monarchs. You're going to need some heroes to step up like that in a major moment. And instantly the round has just been blown wide open. I've got my eyes on Logic. Working the flank and working it so quickly, catching Fate completely off guards. Fate had no clue anyone could step up that quickly. And now with the Seekers honing in on targets for Logic and the rest of Mask. It is Swerve to capitalize. 2 kills instantly. Seizes control back for Mask. With Rotten stepping up and delivering time and time again. There are no surprises that Mask have taken this one for themselves.
Oh my goodness, I don't even know how Mask managed to do that. Logic with a really nice lurk. But then Swerve getting 2 picks while MOX is trying to get into that post-fan position. And then the Seekers following them all the way towards that B heaven. That was so unlucky for MOX. Really needed to break that Seeker so they don't give away all that information about that about them playing in that B heaven. Sorry. And now they're back down to this Rifty. The Sheriff's on hand. But it doesn't mean they're out because they've done this a lot now. This is going to be the third round on Sheriffs where they've gotten some really good picks and they've managed to turn it around in the mid round.
Monarchs have a Fate ult and not too far off some others. We'll see. Fate gonna farm that up and continue trying to work the map. I feel like Monarchs have consistently been able to get pretty free control over B main and A main. This A main in particular has been especially weak. It's always the fight over mid for Mask. I'm just not sure if Monarchs actually want to take this fight. They try to throw down a smoke, but the Odin damage is just relentless going through it. Blair hasn't even really been able to play the game much this half. He's getting cut down before even the opportunity of a fair fight. Snowy will work back towards screens. Rotten is really being tasked covering so many different spots, but even just having the presence of mind to swing out there and cover for Snowy is exactly what you're asking for. Fate's behind enemy lines, but that Odin is doing gnarly things sliding up into heaven. And Monarchs, I suppose, have done good work to charge up their ultimates. They're going to have at least 3 into the next round. I'm honestly surprised to see Simulacra going for that one, just sending the Omen ult and getting canceled on one side and killed on the other.
Yeah, that was kind of unfortunate, but Mask, again, playing that round really well. Like you're saying, Rotten having phenomenal positioning and timings on their peaks to be able to enable that round. And then you see it instantly, Logic calling that flash for Rotten to kind of stay alive, and Snowy is being held as well. I think this defensive half has gone really well for Mass so far, so they don't need to change that much, which is why we're seeing Rotten back on this A site, still setting up with this Vice, and another mid-control fight here from Mask with that Odin on Swerve, just being able to put that pressure towards that mid. And now slow default coming in from MOX makes sense. They're trying to get that information, baiting out that Vice wall towards A Heaven with that Viper, still trying to get that information towards mid.
You know, I thought this was a bit of a problem with Monarch's attack back on Lotus, where they kept walking in to the area of the map that Mask were just stacked and fighting every time. Back on Lotus, that was C site. This time it's been 3 players in mid virtually every single round. And it's just so hard to break through here. Try to actually do with it. Again, the Odin in the corner. I don't really see the vision on it, especially because Fate has been able to lurk into A all the time. This A side is weak. Mask love leaving their Sentinel player on a complete island, and Fate has gone all the way through. There has to be some kind of a sense from Rotten that the possibility is here. But for Fate to find these openings consistently has been a blessing for Monarch.
The Nightfall
Can they
coming
convert
in
on it?
a little bit too early there, Ender.
Yeah, a little bit early. No one was actually there. 15 seconds just about. And now revealing the position. Luckily, Blair is right behind Fate, trying to provide some support. Just trading 1-for-1 off 2 ultimates ripped as now Blair steps even further forward. 1 by 1, Monarchs head into the meat grinder that is Mask. And now they're up in full control to push on in on the retake. Chiyu flushed out and pushed into the corner. Snowy and Simulacra step up in a major way. Look at that. The Omen player, and now through the wall, Zoe nearly gets it done. Mayhem at the end, but Willow will take the win for MOX.
What a crazy round. That was so back and forth. Fate getting the most insane timing onto that A site, but then using that Steel Garden to fight into spawn. That was nice, but the trades were just so quick on everyone's end. And this is what I like to see from both of these teams, making sure that they're playing together, sticking together, and just scaling the site on their retakes together as well from Mask. But this round was the round where MOX won out because of their positioning. And here Logic going for an aggressive peek with the Sheriff, trying to make work of the Eco.
Surely not, right? Okay, good trade from Willow.
The juicy Sheriff.
And it's still here, and that is 2 rifles on the ground to be claimed by Mask. Zoe was just a little bit too far out there with the Marshal. See what Rotten can do with this Sheriff in hand. That's the first one pass, and oh my word. Very nearly the problem, and still it is. Because with 2 players alive, that is now a 2-on-2. Simulacra is on 15 HP.
Go, go, go.
Chiyu's got an outlaw. Misses the first shot. You gotta protect your planter. And now, without any bullets left, Masks just sees this round back to themselves.
These rounds are so quick to just flip over to either which side, and it's kind of insane. Mask winning that round just by getting active, getting aggressive, being able to get those picks. And that last couple of fights was kind of hard. I really like the aggression, though, and the confidence from Swerve to just go out. They hear that plant going down. They know that they can deny it, and it just worked out for their favor. And Simulacra, man, that flick onto the player in B Heaven was kind of insane and scary. And Blair going for a double satchel of Heaven and actually makes it?
Well, made it there, but only to find a nice plot of land for the grave. Rotten will land another one up in mail as MOX make this dash to regroup on the B site. Still plenty of utility blocking their entrance in. Bait out the wall, but at the same time, that's a good teleport across. Isolating themselves, but somehow with these pistols, Monarchs have won this right back for themselves. Spam out from Zoe. It's good control over Heaven, but in a couple rounds in a row, Simulacra has been excellent on the Omen. Now has that Vandal in hand. The lone rifle for Monarch, and doesn't even quite matter. Fate is so sharp with it. But Logic hears everything. Gonna hear the Omen teleporting to the other side. It was stuck and the plant comes in. At the same time, Fate heard those footsteps, making a run towards the other side. This time the plant is for Heaven. That's a key difference from the pistol round when Fate also went for one of these very slow lurks back through spawn. Logic needs to clear this site quickly and put pressure on that spike to stand any kind of a chance here. And I think they've done enough. It's already a half stick, and it might even be the full. Sees that player now. Trying to bring them back out into the open, but Simulacra isn't going to let it happen. A thrifty round for Monarchs as they stay right in it.
Thrifty after thrifty is insane, but I think both these teams, this is what this elimination match is bringing out from both of them. That fight, the hunger to make sure that they're not dropping any of these rounds, even if they're on the low buys. I think from Mask, though, what I do like is when they know that the other team is on an eco, they're not afraid to play off of site, but it felt like these past few rounds, they've been playing on site, trying to hard anchor with players like Rotten and Snowy, and it's just been shut down so often because they're not in tradable positions. And I think that's something that both these teams are going to be talking about now. The timeout actually coming in from MOX, knowing that as Monarchs, they really need to be able to keep doing what they're doing on these thrifty rounds, but also doing them when they have these guns. A lot of poking and prodding, trying to get those initial picks while baiting that Vice util. It seems like they're also having a field day, just kind of ending on where Vice is, Ender.
Yeah, I mean, very consistently, the lurks have been moving on to that A side because of how passively it's been getting played. I think that's why, just checking the minimap, Mask are making some large adjustments here. They've been fighting almost exclusively over mid. Now I'd really like to see them continue to get aggressive. We saw the one round, I believe, with the Sheriffs that they were fighting down into ramp, but we can definitely see a little bit more.
I do think their aggression is really good, and I really like the way they rotate off of it, but it's just been so hard because, like you said, they're fighting for that mid, and they haven't been able to get that info right away.
Well, the Viper's Pit is going to be down mid. And here comes that aggressive walker. Contact for now. And here's a Vise wall. Primed pretty quickly by Swerve. I like this, though. It's really forcing Monarchs to either clear through the pit. Not so easy. Well, I guess it is that easy.
Sorry, what was that?
Yeah. Zoe threw a snake bite, and they instantly traced the sound of that one. Zeroed in for an easy kill. And that's got Rotten looking all sorts of ways. Not even convinced that players couldn't have snuck up into B Heaven already. So now Rotten is actually just laying these players out. Wait a second. Monarch never made it in with their duelist. Blair was just sent to their death. And now Monarch are trying to call some kind of a fake rotate that Mask have bitten on perfectly.
All four players rotating to this A site, but Fate has the positioning once again, Ender. Getting all that information, being pushed up towards that B Heaven, and being able to catch one of these players off guard when they do rotate back to the site. But they do have a Steel Garden to fight with.
Perfect timing, but Rotten Spectre wins out regardless. Still, though, there's a Viper's Pit that Mask have to work back through, but with a Steel Garden, with Rotten surviving, that could be enough of a solution here. The question is, do any of these players have shorties? Did they buy shorties knowing that there was a Viper's Pit online? That would be the difference. Doesn't look like it. It's a classic, and it is brutal. Devastation as these players rip back into the site. No secondaries found, and it's Willow. In a one-on-one, it's Willow to win it out. Monarchs are down by 1.
What a crazy round. Again, these events just turning so quick every single time in the middle of the round. I think I have an idea of how the round is going to go, but then I'm just completely wrong at the end. That was really great calling from Monarchs. Now they know that the quick rotates have come in to play for Mask, and they're just abusing that. And they're using the sound cues to kind of bait out that rotates, fall back into these executes, re-hit a lot of the time when Rotten is on the site because they know they can bait that util out. Even though they're down numbers, they converted that round and got a steel garden out from Mask.
And now Rotten finds herself back on the A side of the map where it's been such passive control. Mask have just been relying on having the option to quickly rotate through mid to support on that side. And it's successful early on for Monarch to bait this utility, Athena.
Yeah, getting that Vice Wall is a big thing. But Mask, they're back to this mid control, swerve on that Odin. They haven't been really successful at doing much with it. But Rotten now in a hard place, but Zoe's here to help, holding their A heaven, and this time they do have assistance on this site to hold it. It's looking kind of scary.
And Monarch, they're only now grouping 4 players back into main. That's why they've been so slow, because they were working over towards B with their abilities. Now Fate is stepping in really early. I mean, good enough to get 1 kill. And now Monarchs, they open up on the A side. That could have gone wrong very quickly for them. But now they're the ones in the driver's seat, quickly jumping down into the site as Logic Seekers push all these players out from heaven. Mask are working quickly back in here, not wasting a single moment, but it does not matter when Willow continues to put up some rounds like this. Excellent work from Monarchs. They've tied it up.
They have adapted so well. They know that Mask moves fast, and they're abusing those rotates, and they're abusing that sound cue to bait the rotations, because once again, they've done this really nice thing where most of the time when you have a really good lurk, especially towards that mid, you let the team, the group take contact first so that the lurker gets a good timing. But instead, Fate got the initial contact, forcing Mask to focus a little bit more towards that mid, and Rotten falling off of that spot towards A, getting caught off guard when falling back. It was kind of an insane round. And Monarchs, they're so back into this series, and I think they're fully understanding how to play this now. But the eco coming in from Mask, they have these sheriffs, and we know how these kinds of rounds go.
Could be a wake-up call from Mask, now that the score is finally tied. To lock in, tap into the success they found back on Lotus. I mean, it wasn't even close, but now putting up a great fight, increasing the pressure as well. Responding, ready for the extra swings, ready for the trades. Even Zoe comes in the last second there. You have Simulacra ready and waiting for it. I think the biggest difference on an individual level has been this Omen player. A complete turnaround from the performance on Lotus, Myrna.
Yeah, being able to just have really good positioning, following the duelists, and being able to get those trades as well has been really nice. But also, this game has just been so back and forth, and I think the resilience from Monarchs to not let that first game throw them off, because they're clearly come back into this with a vengeance. They're ready to fight. Rotten in this 1v3, trying to get one.
Irrelevant.
Oh, well, there it is. Clinical from the Vise player. And we'll just get in and out, an assassin in broad daylight. The first time in this series, Monarchs have taken a lead.
This is so nice to see from Monarchs. We're now seeing that the complete 180 in these teams, because Mask now is struggling to adapt. They're still staying persistent on playing for this mid control, even though it's not working out for them. And they're constantly over-rotating off of any noise, off of any contact. And it's allowing Monarchs to just get so much map control in ways that Mask don't even know, because they don't have the information. As I say that, though, they've switched this round up. Logic going for a little bit of an A aggression peak, getting that instant information, that blinded sound is going to be sent. And immediately you see the proactivity with these 2 players towards mid, rotating towards this ropes. But this is what has gotten them to fall so far, Ender, for Mask.
Oh, Rotten is there as soon as the wall drops, and Logic as well. What a crazy gamble for Mask. They're playing 3 in vents, 2 on the A site, no one on B. Fate is like, what is going on here? What in the world is happening? Now a player rotates over, and it's exactly the perfect time, because why wouldn't it be? Finally, Mask have found their winning ways back again. Just that turnaround start. Simulacra left to hold down the line here, but it won't be had. Snowy ties things up 6 here between these two teams as we close out the first half.
Yeah, this is a lot better of a half than that first game. And I think for Monarchs, this is putting them in a really good spot. 6 rounds on attack is really nice, and they're looking to snowball these defensive rounds. I think, though, these players, they really need to focus on just being able to adapt to how fast Mask is going to be. So far, we've only seen them kind of be on that one speed of hitting or being able to just really quickly rotate off of any noise or after putting any pressure towards a site. So I'm really interested to see how this goes. But for this pistol, looks like Mask is going to be opting towards this mid fight, but look at who's there to stop them. 3 of these players from MOX towards this mid.
Our teams love mid in this map. There's been all-out brawls consistently, and look at that, sort of connects on the stun. A little bit slow working into vents, but it works out. A kill traded back with paint shells in mid as Monarchs find themselves scattering away, ceding full control over the center of the map. Now just slowly working in. But Monarchs have repositioned 3 players onto this site. It's a good read from them on defense. Is now Blair ready for the wall to drop? And Mask filtering into the site. MOX trying to counteract this, but it's not quite working. Zoe gliding around there with the right clicks on the classic. Puts Chiyu into the clutch. Here's, I believe, both players back site. Chiyu not convinced, though. Now turning around, it's high-low, crispy from Chiyu. What else do you have here on Rotten? Excellent work. Chiyu clutches up here in the big moment to take the lead once again. The Red Bull clutch for Chiyu.
This is amazing for them. They're feeling themselves, and I could tell based on just how they're positioning themselves and how they're taking these fights. What a nice, crispy shot, and it feels like so many of these players now are coming back online with their mechanics, showing us what they couldn't do on that Lotus game. They're proving it now on this split. And for Mask, almost closing it out, getting really good trades on site, doing what they do best, speeding up, accelerating, but doing it together and getting those pathings down almost to a T where they can just trade instantly. But of course, Monarchs, really well played by them in an insane clutch. We're looking at this mid fight again, Ender. What's better than the 3Ms? Mask, MOX, and mid.
We love those mid fights. How about that? Well, Mask looked to be the better ones this time around, actually. Zoe had forced up into a stinger and lurked into A. Look where Zoe is right now. She has gone all the way through screens on attack. It is ridiculous. She just kind of ran it down while her team was dueling it out in mid. Now Mask have upgraded. They've got a Sheriff. They've got 2 stingers. And they're going to have the spike already planted. And MOX's position is not so nice. Fate has an Outlaw to find an option on the retake where so many of these angles are so shallowly held. Fate's not going to have impact from back in screens. It's going to have to be this duo working on ramps, having to clear away Rotten unsuccessfully. The Bandit takes down one and just toys with the other. What a round out of Mask. Just pulling Willow away from the site. I don't even know if you have time at this point. You just got to try and recover this gun and find a way back into safety. Mask have pulled off something almost seemingly impossible, but all through that wild lurk Zoe went for. Willow not even going to live to tell the tale as Mask tie it up again.
Mask, their confidence is really showing through on rounds like these, and because they didn't actually fully force that last round, they're able to buy up 3 rifles to complement that Outlaw and that Spectre from the last round. So nice to see that from them, but how many times are we going to see these back and forths on these thrifty rounds from both these teams? It's going to be interesting, but MOX, their answer for this is just to stay in this default setup, hoping that Fate can hold down the site against this A. Paired with Chiyu, that info is going to be there. The eye is broken. They're just opting to contact in.
Chiyu spotted the bulk of this team and hurls out a seize. Keep these players stuck behind the wall for now. MOX have already moved 3 onto this side of the map, but it is just An array of upgraded pistols at the ready on the defense. Just taking their time for now, trying to discourage any form of information gathering. Once you see the outlaw, there's no way you're going back for the jump peek.
Retrieving flash.
Just biding their time. Wonder what the cue is going to be for Mask. We have our Vise entering the site. Sort of just letting Rotten do that for now, but as we prime ourselves for the exec, it's actually a player caught with a cat in hand. Now the slide forward out of swerve.
Spike down.
Takes down a second. The pistol's not standing much of a chance here
30 seconds
against
left.
the Mask forward running into the site, and even there, Blair watches Zoe unload a full clip into her teammate. MOX completely held back for now. It's very nicely done in this post plan as Rotten knocks down a couple extra to finish off the round.
Yeah, Mask back in the lead now, 8-7. We're looking at Monarchs this round to bring it back, to kind of set themselves apart once again and make sure that they get a full understanding of how they want to play. Feels like their defensive half so far has been nice because they've won that pistol. They've had a couple of these rounds where they lost that thrifty, but it's okay because they've got this rifle round. So far from what we've seen, Fate has been really good at holding sites, and they've played a lot together, not necessarily only focusing on mid. So a little bit of a switch up compared to Mask's defense side. I think for Monarchs here as well, Simularca is doing such a good job on that Omen. The positioning has been phenomenal. And I think the way that they've been fighting with the rest of their team has been really good. I'm kind of hoping to see a couple more nade tether combos at the beginning of the rounds, especially because, you know, Mask is kind of holding and then going and making and popping right away. So I feel like having that tether ready as soon as they see contacts off barriers, the beginning of rounds is going to be really nice for them. That being said,
pair up Blair and Chiyu and work them around the map together.
Yeah, exactly. Get that raise, get that fade going together, making sure that they're able to kind of just play off of each other, use util, re-peek at the same time, and make sure they're swinging together.
Well, we'll see coming out of the tech pause if we're going to have a chance to see that. I've been told someone's lagging. So that's the issue. Spoiler. Now you know. Now you know. You can tell your friends. Tell them that that's the reason we're stuck at 8-7 right now. Just hanging out before we jump back into it. I think it's worth just zooming out for a moment, reminding everyone that this is an elimination game. We have both of our teams sitting at 2 and 3 in the standings. Need to win this one and one more after that, and then you're going to qualify into the main event. And it's been pretty impressive to see Monarch bounce back after getting trounced on Lotus. Have kept it incredibly competitive throughout this second map. And yet, after losing that round 2, after they took the pistol, they are in danger if they lose this round of things starting to slip away from them.
Yeah, we don't want to see that happen again, because I think for them, they've been really creative on their attack side. They did a really good job of working the map and being able to pull those rotates from Mask. So you can tell based on the IGLing and based on what we're seeing happening around the map that they understand how Mask play. It's just a matter of the execution of it. And if they can translate that onto their defensive side as well, knowing that most of the time they will be hitting wherever they're putting that pressure, but also making sure that they're using their util to get that info early if they possibly can, and setting themselves up for success. I think I'm looking at players like Swerve from Mask's side to just be able to entry and be able to get a lot of those picks, because the first kills that we've seen on that last map on Lotus was kind of absurd. And I think going into this one, when you're sticking with the Neon, especially after those nerfs, you need to be using that wall a lot more, using that stun and being able to just bounce around and make space for your team. Even if you're not getting all the entries, still being able to just pull the focus, pull those crosshairs away from what's important happening behind them, and allowing them to even get into that zone.
Now we wait.
Oh, joy and rapture. We have audio. That means that our teams are running around and getting ready to jump back into the game. So if you told your friends we were paused, you should probably tell them again that we're hitting the play button, getting back into things. What's this? An operator now for Blair. We do have Blair and Chiyu on the same site, but playing very far away from each other. Hard to combo up with that, but nicely done from Mask to pop this fight very early into the round. Even trying to keep Willow tucked around the corner, but Mask will end up shying out of the space.
Yeah, falling back into this B main, I think this is a really good shout because they know that all that information has been taken through the mid. They have to re-clear or they have to do some sort of setup. And we can see that happening. But what they don't know is that Monarchs has stacked these two players onto site already to hold for this B main execute.
Has a paranoia. But hard to play this position when stuns are flying in your face, when flashes are coming around the corner, and when Swerve and Snowy enter the site. An execution there, as now Zoe activates through mid. Willow's holding it, and that's going to mean Monarchs can turn their attention back into the site without the worry of the late backstab. Paint shells fly. Gonna push some players out into the open. But no fights to be found just yet. Connection out from Blair and one from Chiu as well. Monarchs drop in together. And now with that op turned into the corner, Snowy can't finish off the kill. And Swerve is playing off-site right now. Lands down onto 2. That's 3 left. Make it a 4th. Good God. A Red Bull clutch in the blink of an eye.
I said I was looking at Swerve, expecting them to do more, but I didn't think that they were just gonna go and get a 4K like that. That was insane. Using that neon movement to slide back in and deny that defuse. That was insanely well played. I think for Mask, though, they need to figure out how these rounds are falling apart for them when they've taken the site so decisively. They know that there's some sort of flood coming in, or at least some sort of play in order to equalize these numbers and deny them from getting in those post-spawn positions, but they just weren't ready for it, and there were no trades online for them. I think a little change of pace here, starting towards that A site instead of starting towards that mid. But still grouped up.
It's about to go down. The wall falls, and so do Monarchs. Disaster for them. Remember that last round, that was one they needed to win. This map has started slipping away from them completely. Now, of course, they're forced onto the eco, so they'll take anything they can get at this point. Oh my God. Swerve got the kill behind. That was doing tricks on my brain watching Zoe run and gun for that one, but this is more like that Mask team we saw on Lotus. Just running MOX down round after round. Ceaseless out from them. And with these last few moments in the round, Monarchs are going to have to start asking themselves what adjustments they need to be making, because this next round now becomes do or die.
Yeah, they have to win this. They don't want to be in that position once again where they're on the 11th round and they're broke. They don't know what to do. They have to force in order to try to play for the win. It's happened 2 games in a row now. Sorry, 1 game in a row now, and they can't be doing that again. But this time, Ender, they have 3 ults online. They have the Viper's Pit. They have that Fatal and the Raze ult. They could go for an aggressive play here. As I say that, they're set up for this A main, possibly catching Zoe off guard. But they also have on the other side 3 ults to react really quickly with.
Early Prowler goes all the way up. And Blair is in front of the smoke. In no time at all. You can tell Zoe has some kind of a read on the situation. Knows something is up. 1 for 1 takes the showstopper out of the round. That's a success story for the attack side. Up in heaven, though, Snowy is also going to land one. This is a huge problem. Fade is out in the open as Rotten collects on the lurk. And all of a sudden, this must-win round. The Nightfall isn't going to be a factor. The showstopper doesn't even get a chance to be used. And Swerve is already pushed forward. Simulacra dancing on the edge of that corner. Now falls back up and trying to sprint in with the paranoia. But there's too many people here. There's just nothing you can do. MOX are trying to throw everything at this problem, but it cannot be solved. And another critical round slips away.
I talked about the fast tempo from Mask, and I think that's the round that I like to see from them, because Snowy is just following Swerve, allowing them to trade instantly. Swerve literally running it down as Neon, and they cannot be punished because Snowy is right there on their tails, ready to trade her and be able to get that initial pick. So really well played by them, and it's really well positioned by Snowy to just be able to keep up that tempo while also throwing down those smokes as the Clove. But Ender, they have 5 ults here on this round, and it's the 11th round of the game where MOX find themselves yet again where they have to force into this. The good news is they're not that broke. They can get some judges. They could get a couple guardians if they wanted to, but it's still a hard round to win. They do have the showstopper though. They are able to go for something aggressive off of some sort of contact, but they really need to expect that Mask is probably going to be waiting for this and trying to bait it out with whatever util they have, especially when they have that Sky.
I mean, this is just such a difficult position to be in. They've lost the last 5 rounds in a row. And this is elimination territory for Monarchs. 2 more rounds lost and their Swiss stage is over. No chance to move through to the main event. And they're going to bank on a judge purchase from Blair and a full kit of sheriffs around it, Athena.
Wow, opting to go for that 12th round, trying to play for the tie. I think it hasn't worked out for them before when they have force, so this is maybe their kind of middle of the road understanding, but a little bit of aggression, faking it actually towards that A main, and they're trying to rotate really quick and just gamble stack towards that A or the B site.
The thing is, Mask are keeping their options open. Have 2 players playing extremity control on the other side while Swerve zooms up into B heaven. Just sticks around here while the team waits out the Vise wall. And now the Seekers give a clear path forward. Swerve moving behind them. Swerve is just in the enemy spawn and no more showstopper. They're going to A. It is all the way around the world for Mask. Getting creative on the calling now. Simulacra has dominated this half for MOX. There's some coverage from the back. Simulacra, what can you do here? 2 kills out of nowhere. It is massive from the Omen. Monarchs trying to stay in this, but there's pressure up in heaven. Players have knives out, and Rotten collects on both. Massive moves as Chiyu pushes back. It is a 1-on-1. A Phantom found now. But Zoe has slipped away into main. Zoe seals their fate as Mask move up to series point.
Oh my goodness, such a close round, especially because when you were looking at the minimap, you thought that Mask had the exact right reads, getting that pick, splitting towards that A site, knowing that there might be 1 player left alone, but Simulacra, constantly getting those insane picks that have kept them alive for so long. It should not have been a 1v1, but Monarchs putting in the work, making sure that they're getting it to that. And the delay from the util as well with that paranoia is really nice. But we're looking at this mid again from Mask. They've been leaning towards this on both sides, and some A aggression again from Monarchs here.
This time playing behind it. And Zoe doesn't want to deal at all. So all that space seeded, and Fate just lays out Snowy in mid. Master instantly behind it. Fate thought there was a Vise wall to protect, but it was just completely disrespected. And now Willow, stuck in the corner, traded down instantly. Monarchs swarm the rest of the map, but this allows Mask to set up in the post plant. Viper's Pit already down. And extra layers too with the Seal Garden as that second line of defense. A wall even guarding here in B main. Blair will trigger it and move back up into heaven. If there is a way in, it will be Blair Showstopper. Knowing their players inside of the pit. A scouting ultimate from the Omen. And Blair's a little bit slow behind it, trades it out. 2-on-2 now. The Steel Garden coming down at the final hour. Thorns onto the spike as well. The utility is perfect. And Zoe's still inside of the pit to see it through. Mask will eliminate Monarchs and stay alive here for 1 more series in this Swiss stage.
What a phenomenal game. That first map being so dominating, but the second one clawing it back once they realize that they've been adapted to. But it doesn't matter because these players are absolutely insane. The firepower, but I think the most important thing was the way that they were trading was so nice. The way that they had these little micro plans around the map. Even if the plan was just to aggress, there's always someone there to get the trade, to get some sort of information, or at least throw some sort of util behind each player. It was really a pleasure to watch, and I'm really happy to see how Snowy and Swerve were playing together that whole time. The Clove and the Neon duo that I didn't think I would like, seeing that in the agent select. I thought it was going to be a little lackluster, actually ended up being kind of the star of the show, and I think that's one of the main reasons why Mask won this game.
Yeah, close fought first half, but they ran away with it in the second. We'll have an interview with our winners after this break. Thanks for sticking around, people. Quick 2-0 there from Mass to stay alive in this tournament. We'll have an interview coming up in just a little bit. First of all, let's just go ahead and break down this match because I think Athena, it was a lot closer than that first map, but once Mask found that winning form in the second, they ran away with it completely.
Yeah, they did. They had so many of those first kills, as you can see right here, 14-6, which is kind of insane. But they did struggle to convert it sometimes. And I think the key to them was being able to just understand that after getting those first picks, just grouping and executing, especially on their attack side, they started winning and stringing those rounds in a row because of just how well they were executing and trading. And the fact that they took that B site, they knew that there was no one that was able to play on site without getting those picks, because they had so much of that util playing into it, including the Sky Flash. It was really nice to see. And I think just in general, they're such a proactive team. It felt like we were really seeing them work the map in so many ways and being able to just rotate super quickly.
Yeah, I mean, the early fights were fun to watch. I just think the way this team fought as a whole so consistently was really effective. You see it coming up in just terms of first kills, 14-6 there. A lot of success in clutch moments as well. Even in that pretty crazy first half, we had so many really close rounds down to the wire that ended up going Mask's way. Ultimately, that's what lets them stick around here in the standings. And I think ultimately, too, just the individual performance was top-notch. Swerve put on a show here in this map of Split.
Yeah, that Neon gameplay was actually insane. Granted, they had an Odin half the time on defense. It still worked out really well for them, playing super aggressively and being able to kind of scale up towards sites or splits, and having Snowy on the Clove be behind them the whole time, being able to trade, like you said, just being able to play together and just make sure they have that game plan set in stone. The setup as well for Swerve was really nice with a lot of that util, especially coming in from Logic. It just overall, the game plan was really nice to watch them play.
Yeah, it was really, really good to see them run away with this. They've got one more series to see if they're going to be making it into the main event. And we are going to jump into the Verizon post-match interview. I'd like to welcome Rotten to the broadcast. Congratulations on staying alive here, first of all. And I'd really just like to ask you what it was like having to go from crushing in map 1, 13-1, you have what, 17 kills at the end, and then have to find some way to like reset and play a close game in the second one.
Honestly, I trust my team, and I trusted my calls too. We all have really good reads and we trusted each other, so we adjusted pretty well. Even after losing a few rounds, we knew what we were doing wrong and how to make adjustments, so it really didn't stress me out at all. I was pretty happy. Like, everyone was talking about how to fix our mistakes, how to counter their plays, where we were losing space, all of that. And yeah, everyone pitched in, so, you know, close or not, we did really well.
That's really nice to hear, because speaking of fixing mistakes, you guys obviously, the last game you played, struggled a little bit against Sen Otters, lost it. I was wondering what you learned from that game and brought into this game today, because it was a night and day difference, especially on that Lotus.
Honestly, I think we were just all a little bit more in tune today. Our last match against Sen Otters, like, I think we all had really good calls and we all knew what we had to do, but we were just, you know, missing a few shots and just a little delayed on listening to one another. And, you know, against a really good team like Sen Otters, it's really hard to fill that gap when you're missing like timings by like even a few seconds. So today we definitely showed up and we were on top of each other, trading, swinging together, all of that.
Yeah, that was very evident in your team fighting. I am curious, with us jumping onto a new patch and there being a lot of change and having to work in new comps and things, how have you found dealing with that, both in terms of like coming up with what the team is playing and also just working new pieces into your team?
It's really funny because we like completely altered a lot of our comps, our play style. I just kind of came onto the IGL role like a few games into Swiss, and I just trust my team to shoot. So everything that we make like comp wise is literally just, I want you guys to swing together and shoot together. Like, we don't care about strats. We don't care about, you know, playing really slow or whatever. Like, if all my players are confident and happy, I'm happy. So that's why we ran the Clove. I ran one of my best shooters on the Clove because I know damn well that if she is confident, she can shoot and she can trade, and so can the rest of our team. And
yeah, that was awesome. I think Snowy on the Clove was insane. We were actually talking about a lot how she was able to trade. And for me, I wanted to ask as well, you have a couple teammates, I believe it's Swerve, and Swerve and Zoe that used to play on Silly Shooters with you. Does that help when it comes to the server? Do you feel like that kind of core brings like extra confidence into when you guys play?
Like 100%. Yeah, Zoe, I just trust her with my soul. I know, like half the time when I IGL, I just tell Zoe, do your thing. I trust her to play smart, to get her shots in. And Swerve as well. Like, I know when I call, Swerve will listen. I know when Swerve has a call, I will listen. I have a lot of confidence in both of them, and obviously playing with them before really transfers over to MVSK.
I love it. Last thing before we let you out of here, you have one more game left to try and qualify for main event. For people out there that are watching that might not be as familiar with your team, can you give us the sell? What is the pitch? What's the reason that you guys are going to be making it all the way?
Whenever we win, we get Taco Bell from our org. So, you know, we are all Taco Bell fanatics.
I love that.
So just know when Taco Bell is on the line, we are all trying our hearts out.
That is so real. I'm not gonna lie. I
amazing.
had a player on Teddy Tactics that if she had a hamburger in the morning before a game, it was top fragging all day long. So the
Yeah.
promise of Taco Bell on the other side, that is real. I absolutely love that. Thank you so much, Rotten, and good luck in your next match.
Thank you, thank you.
The Taco Bell, of course,
love
of
that.
course. That's
The
too
motivation.
good. You gotta have that motivation.
That
This
would
is a
work
fun
on
day.
me.
Fun day of Valorant, even in the 2-0s.
Yeah.
What are you having for dinner after this? Got anything? Got any motivation for yourself?
Actually, no, I don't have any motivation. Maybe some
That's
Taco
so
Bell.
sad.
Who knows?
You know, anything goes here. We can go ahead and talk schedule for our last day of the Swiss stage coming up on Wednesday now, because it's going to be the last chance for our teams to get that qualification rolling on in. Of course, at this point, we've qualified just about everyone. Those final slots. Now, people, if you're 3-3, you're going to be staying alive and working on. The teams that are going to be playing, we're going to have Ghost Gaming against Sad. My Cal Sushi stands in the chat. That'll be the match you want to stick around for. And then Catface and Mask, the last 2 slots available in the Swiss stage. Got anything you wanna add to those matches?
Ooh, I don't know. I just know they're gonna be really good to watch. Ghost Gaming versus Sad, both these teams, they're really good at being explosive, but also really good at changing up their tempos. There's a lot of veteran players in both of those matchups, and I think it's going to be really fun to watch. And I think for Catface versus Mask, I mean, you saw here today, Mask is just such a pleasure to watch. They're so fun, they're so aggressive, they like to swing together, and of course they get that Taco Bell afterwards, which you can never count out. But the Catface team also, lots of confidence. So for me, I think these 2 games, there's a reason why they're 3-3. And I think the reason why they're fighting it out is because they're just so good at understanding how to play, and the skill level is very matched. So it's going to be 2 good games.
You know, what I wonder is if Mask have Taco Bell waiting for them, do Catface have cat food waiting for them? Is that the motivation? Is that the difference? Who knows? You'll have to come back on Wednesday if you want to find out. That's going to be the end of our show. Of all the things to end on, that is it. So for me and Athena and the rest of the crew, everyone, have a good evening, and we'll see you on Wednesday.
Don't forget why.
Fazendo macete.
puukat vai?